wait, it's got one more minute. We're on the air. So welcome the regular meeting of the Board of Directors of the Golden Rain Foundation of Laguna Woods, a California nonprofit mutual benefit corporation, this Tuesday, September 6, 2022, 9:30 Laguna Woods, and we're in the boardroom, will now come to order. And we have a quorum, and so I am going to ask Director Millman to lead in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please stand. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Be seated.
Thank you. So I acknowledge the media. And the next item is to approve the agenda. So there are some changes to the agenda. So we will be adding C, July 11th, 2022, special open meeting for all boards and all directors for the approval of the minutes. And then we'll remove that from 14. Yes, thank you. And I think that is all the changes that we have. So I'll ask for the approval of the corrected minutes. Do I have a motion? Should we approve the agenda? Okay.
You have to approve it.
Are there any objections?
You have to approve it.
Yeah. Okay. If there are no objections, the agenda is approved. So the next item is the approval of the minutes of August 2nd, 2022 GRF Board Regular Open Meeting. Are there any changes? So if there are no changes, are there any objections?
Wait, is this for the minutes?
Huh? The minutes, yes. Now we're at the minutes. Okay. And if there's no objections, the meeting minutes of August 2nd, 2022 is approved without objection. So the approval of the minutes of August 18, 2022, GRF Board Agenda Prep Meeting. Are there any corrections or deletions? There's no corrections. Are there any objections? So if there are no objections, the minutes of August 18, 2022, GRF Board of Prep Agenda Prep Meeting is approved without objection. So the next item would be July 11, 2022, special open meeting for all boards, all directors. Yes?
I have a correction.
Okay. And which one is it for?
This is for the special open meeting, all boards and all directors.
Oh, okay, thank you.
And that's 14M in your packet. So it should say, instead of others present, it should say other directors present. That was the only correction. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any objections to the correction of minutes? So if there are no objections, the corrected minutes for July 11th, 2022 is approved without objection. So the next item is the report of the chair. And we have a very full meeting today, and we have lots of people that are here. So I just want to remind everybody about the golden rule that still applies. The golden rule being treat others the way you want to be treated. Everyone deserves and should get respect. So we have many members here today to speak, and I'm asking that everyone here show their respect for others as we conduct the business of GRF. Thank you. The next item is the CEO report. Siobhan Foster.
Thank you, President Carpenter. Honorable members of the board, I have 3 quick updates this morning, and I'll be brief in light of the large attendance we have. I wanted to let our residents know that they can enjoy more of Clubhouse 7 The Recreation and Special Events is pleased to announce extended hours at Clubhouse 7. As of August 28th, hours on Sundays are from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. And starting today, September 6th, hours are Monday through Friday will be from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. I also want to thank our residents for participating in the organics recycling program. As you will recall, California Senate Bill 1383 requires our state to reduce organic waste disposal by 75% by 2025. The law also requires cities to monitor and measure organic recycling activity to keep designated containers free of prohibited items. A route is considered non-compliant when the sampled weight of prohibited waste exceeds 25% of the total sample. The city recently provided the village with its first evaluation results. 4 of the 5 village waste routes were in compliance. One route was non-compliant because it contained 28% organic waste. This is a waste route, so there was organic waste in a waste route, exceeding the 25% limit by 3%. To mitigate this in the future, residents are encouraged to take advantage of the Friday yard clippings pickup program. This is available through resident services. Please call before noon on Thursday, and your garden waste will be picked up on Friday morning. Please place your clippings or garden waste close to the curb on Thursday evening for easy pickup on Friday morning. And lastly, I would like to offer a reminder that the Key File program is in existence in resident services. Members are encouraged to file manor keys or keyless manor entry codes with resident services to ensure the following. 1, in the event of an emergency, authorized personnel may gain access to a manor to perform necessary maintenance repairs. Secondly, a residing member can obtain their manor keys or keyless manor entry codes to gain manor access if and when the need arises. To submit keys to the Key File program, please visit resident services at the community center. And as a reminder, there are precise security measures to keep your keys and information secure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So the next item on the agenda is the open forum. And do we have an idea how many speakers we're going to have today?
For open forum, there are 4 speakers. There are a handful of speakers for the golf item later on the agenda.
4, okay.
Yes.
So since there are only 4 people for the open forum, we will keep it at 3 minutes per
Okay. Perfect.
speaker.
Oh, there's one more, so there will be 5 total.
5.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. So at this time, the members only may address the Board of Directors regarding items not on the agenda and within the jurisdiction of his Board of Directors. The board reserves the right to limit the total amount of time allotted for the open forum to 30 minutes. A member may speak only once during the forum and not mention any names. Speakers may not give their time to other people, no audio or video recording by attendees, and no rude or threatening remarks. Members can attend the meeting by joining the Zoom link 981-312-57242 or call 1-669-900-6833 or email meeting@vmsinc.org and to have a message read during the open forum. So would you continue with the speakers? Thank you.
Yes, the first one is Jeff Davis.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for the opportunity to come out here. You should have a copy that I handed out. If you don't, I have extras. On behalf of my wife and I, many thanks and appreciation to all of you for your time, dedication, support of all property owners within Laguna Woods. My wife is not born here like myself, but we both love this great community. Unfortunately, inflation, I know, is among us, and I do not envy your task with completing the 2023 budget. My personal career was spent in 3 primary areas. Technology to protect both the environment for groundwater protection and air protection. Identifying and reducing areas of corporation waste and excess spending. Also identifying and increasing areas of corporation value and monetizing it for financial gain and return. With regards to your 2023 budget, I first looked at the areas of significant cost increases when compared, and I used 2009 pre-COVID. Outside and professional services, these budget items have grown immensely and should be reduced, not increased. 2, payroll and overall compensation. Due to our current economic climate, this area should be neutral or held neutral.
Yeah.
If you're going to add new people, I suggest you identify and remove the marginal employees, those are less productive. The following fee-based revenue opportunities should be applied to non-property owners. You should consider adding or increasing multiple adult guest usage fees to ensure non-residents contribute financially towards our overall costs. Renters are technically guests, as they do not have the same financial interest, and most renters do not care for our community or the property in the same manner in which an owner would. Additional fees should apply to renters who reside in this community. These fees should be enhanced and packaged within our lease and rental agreements. Please note, my wife and I, we've owned since 6 years. We have 2 properties in the village. I have both a residence and a rental unit, so I'm not just throwing it over the fence to somebody else. I'm asking the board to increase our rental cost, and we are glad to pass it on to our future renters. Some facility services to consider grouping in the lease and rental agreements are as follows: the pools, the pickleball, the tennis, the bocce ball, the lawn bowling. All these things can be monetized and create revenue to help people who live here, pay the association, or all of our fees each time. We shouldn't be giving as much carte blanche access equally to people that do not have the same financial investment here. Thank you very much for your great patronage to the community. Much appreciated. And you all have a great day.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next up is Joe Fitzincum, Manor 405D as in dog.
Good morning, directors. I spent 30 years of my life in managed communities, and in 21 of those years, I never spoke at a single meeting. I only went to 3 in 21 years. So you're the unlucky ones. But I'll just make a couple points. Before I moved here, I lived in a retirement community, probably a little more upscale in Texas. That community probably had a building cost less than half of ours. A minimum wage is $7.25. The recreation department budget was $55 a month. Ours is $43. So from that standpoint, we looked pretty good because we had very nice amenities, but they weren't as nice as what we are here. Our recreation is a situation where I think that's something that's vital to the health of people here and also to their mental happiness as well. We need to keep our amenities at a low price or no cost for physical health of residents, their emotional well-being, their happiness in their retirement, and to keep the promise of what they saw when they bought here. Residents are owners. They pay a large fee to buy here. They should all pay proper dues with the help of doing the best you can. This is a mutual interest community. That is why dues pay for everything from free bus routes to indoor volleyball. Targeting individual activities is wrong. This is stealing from Peter to pay what Paul won't. The keys to improvement is demand honesty from our residents, from VMS, and from GRF, and provide the best information everyone can have so the best decisions can be made. GRF and VMS are appointed by United Third, and I think there's probably some things we can do in that to make our situation a little bit better. When we have things like, I could name several, I'll mention one because it was kind of infamous at the time, but I went through a situation with the paddle tennis courts where they put an article in the paper from VMS, from someone who's no longer here, by the way, but they actually made like 8 assertions in there. All of them are wrong. I went through about a year and a half where everybody thought I was the bad guy in the block, and I was the only one telling the truth. We actually came up with a program that I did the design of it, and they implemented 8 courts on an area 120 by 120. All the entire company of VMS had to know was 120 and 120 divides into 8 rectangles, 30 by 60. That was never even mentioned. Even a licensed engineer here that we had at the time mentioned the whole thing was sliding down the hill to make a point we need to remove it. The problem is there's a post there, which we still use On the new remodeled courts, this has been there for 50-some years and never moved. So it's really important we get accurate information so we save money that way and not always have to struggle to try to get more and more. Thanks for your time. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Next up is Sean Tumpain.
Good morning. I'm here to talk to you today about a way to guarantee you have the flexibility, the transparency, and the best means going forward to control and ultimately control your costs as opposed to always looking for additional revenues. Revenues are important, obviously, but the cost side of the equation seems to many people in the community is not being addressed as it should be. I spent 40 years plus in the service business. Everything that VMS does, everything GRF does from a management standpoint, I did for 40 years with the U.S. government. Interesting, the U.S. government has a policy. It's more than policy, it's a law. Every 5 years, anything that the government is doing in-house, meaning they have civil servants doing service work on a military installation, they must compete that work with the private sector every 5 years. And it's done to protect the people who work for the government and to protect the taxpayer so that you get the best bang for your buck and you aren't overpaying by having a sweetheart deal with the civil servants that work for the government. GRF and VMS, for purposes of this discussion, resemble the government and the civil servants. VMS is a wholly owned subsidiary of GRF and the mutuals. Whenever any of the committees or the GRF asks for opinion, advice, or have staff go gin up what we need because we're interested in having this done, VMS does exactly that, which is great. However, you're asking people that are in charge of doing the work to tell you what work needs to be done, and there's no independent outside view of what they're doing. It's astonishing to me that there isn't an independence. There is no transparency that I can see. When you ask the people that are looking for job security, among other things, to tell you how much it's going to cost to do something they want to do, and they come back with justification based on the way they want it done, not necessarily the way it should be done. I know there's been discussions about roofing in the M&C committee, I believe, and perhaps finance committee as well, and there is no outside source. All the information you get is from VMS, and they have a vested interest in having it go the way they want it to go, and my time is up. I urge you to consider looking at this from a cost control standpoint, an independent, auditable, unbiased, unvarnished view of what VMS is doing. They work for you, they work for us. They should not be telling us how much they need to do it. We should be telling them, this is the work, give us a price, get other outside interests, private sector interests. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Chris Collins.
Good morning. Chris Collins, 3306Q. I'm here with an update on the work of the Foundation of Laguna Woods Village on behalf of residents who are experiencing temporary financial crisis. Help for the unexpected curveballs. Sometimes life can throw unexpected curveballs. For example, the recent rise in inflation has upset many budgets. Weather extremes can raise energy costs. Illness can take us off track, or the death of a spouse can change financial stability. Many residents have heard that the foundation can help when they encounter such hard times. For an example, by paying an electric bill, when getting a new medication that's not covered by health insurance, providing grocery cards, or securing help after a hospital stay. While temporary, foundation help can make a difference. In fact, deflect that curveball. Here are some examples of the temporary help recently provided, as well as guidance on how to request assistance. The Foundation of Laguna Woods Village supported a resident who has lived in the village for over a decade, cover the cost of her electric bill when it was at risk of being shut off. The resident has a history of financial stability, but she lost her job during the pandemic and was having difficulty keeping up with her bills. Another example, a resident on a fixed income was diagnosed with a chronic illness and needed transportation as well as supervision during treatments. The foundation assisted her with financing a temporary caregiver who provided these services. Then a third one is an unexpected health emergency required a resident to be transported to the hospital by ambulance. This resident lived on a fixed income and received an ambulance bill which caused her to struggle to pay her monthly bills. The foundation assisted by paying for the ambulance bill. So how can a resident request such assistance? A resident only has to go to social services, which is based here in the rear of the community center on the first floor. Trained staff can also be reached at 949-597-4267, who will explain how to qualify for such temporary emergency assistance. Privacy is ensured, and all requests are kept confidential. If financial assistance is provided, the foundation pays the bill directly for the resident. With Village Social Services, the Foundation of Laguna Woods Village works to ensure access to temporary help when finances become tight. For more information about how the foundation achieves its mottos of neighbors helping neighbors, or to give a donation, please go to our website, which is foundationoflagunawoodsvillage.org. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Susan Smallwood.
Good morning, and I would like to thank you for all your hard work. And I know it's not easy taking care of such a big village. I'm here today, and I'm not sure if this is the proper place, but my neighbor of 4 years, Marilyn, she was 96 years old, and she passed away on a Monday. And she was of Jewish faith, and if you don't know, they tend to bury very quickly. Her son was with her. She died on a Monday. He had to go down on Tuesday and struggle for 2 hours with Craig Shelley in order to be able to call in his sister. We need to figure out something where we can have maybe a one-page document in each resident's folder that would give a named family member the ability for 30 days until they can get their power of attorney or whatever in place, the ability to call in their family members. My husband and I then hosted the celebration of life for Marilyn. One of the members of the church who did not live in Laguna Woods came late to the gate at 7 o'clock, and she asked to come to our home for the celebration of life. And the security person kept saying, "That is not the right password. That is not the right password." So she had to finally contact a resident in order to get into the community. So I hope that we can find a better way to help out our grieving family members so that they don't have to struggle. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers?
There's one more, and it was emailed into us. It's from Kitty Platt, and she stated, Since California has just passed a law banning sales of gas-powered cars starting in 2035, and many of us plan to have a car then, it seems obvious that Laguna Woods Village residents will need more capability to charge electric cars. I work in real estate and I'm constantly exposed to what people are looking for when they decide where to buy a new home. More and more people are buying totally electric cars or hybrid cars that also have charging capability, so people buying homes here frequently ask about charging capability. They either have or are planning to buy chargeable cars. Most of the homes in Laguna Woods Village have carports. Carports have 110 V outlets for charging, but it can take more than 24 hours to charge one car completely in a carport. If more than one car or golf cart charge in the same outlet, the electricity is inadequate. We really need to invest in charging stations. And that is all from that speaker.
Okay. Is there going to be another speaker? Yes, okay.
And that is all for open forum.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any response? Okay, Juanita?
I'd like, excuse me, to respond to Mr. Davis. I read your letter, but I'm not sure you understand all of the changes that you suggested, nor what they mean. For instance, outside services, professional services, but are what we have had to use to make up for the fact that we do not have enough staff. We working very, very hard, and in the last few months, we have been able to get staff members back. But over the last year, since the pandemic calmed down a little, it's never been gone, we really lack staff. We had people who left. We have people who don't want to go back to work, full or part-time. We have people who are out of the area and don't want to drive in. So we've had to use temporary contract services. There are certain jobs within the community that we found that we could do better with an outside service. Just off the top of my head, since I'm the landscape chair, the tree trimming for the big trees. Some things like that are necessary. It's not frivolous money that we are using somewhere else. It is a balance. Compensation, outside services, one goes up, the other goes down, and we're working very hard to get full staff so that we will not have to use as much outside services as we have in the last year. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim, thank you.
Yeah, and I'd like to address those comments also, as well as the comment on cost control process. And I do appreciate the input, I really do. Our budget process, which includes all the mutuals, is about 6 months in its length. It's pretty exhaustive. I think the board members as well as the VMS staff would tell you that we put them through a lot of analysis to come up with the final answer, because we all have the same goal, which is really, I mean, we have to pay the fees too. We don't want the fees to go up. However, in the face of 6 to 9% inflation, in the face of ever increasing expectations of service, there are a lot of things that we have to do in order to get to those goals. This year, for instance, we were very fortunate for GRF in not having to raise the fees but $3.81. But that took a lot. The staff, and I know there was a comment that the highly paid staff, et cetera, or not highly paid, but looking to get rid of the less productive employees, et cetera. The staff is not fully staffed, and as a result, and also I think in the last one of the meetings, we had I think 60% or more than 60% are below the standard wage for their particular position. So we've got a lot of challenges ahead of us. We realize that most of us are on fixed income. And at the same time, the people that support us, and support us very well, have to be able to support their families too. So we're all on the same it's the same boat. We're trying. We absolutely are trying, and I do appreciate the comment. But the budget process is exhaustive. Believe me, it's exhaustive. And many times VMS, the staff would want to kick us out in terms of what we're trying to do. But again, thanks for the comment. We're constantly looking for reduced costs. And cost control. I think the guy made one of this, I think it was Sean, made a comment on cost control. We do that. And you mentioned also that we have VMS telling us or giving us advice and counsel. And that's true. But that's not to say we do not go back and question that advice and counsel with a lot of skepticism, because none of us want to pay additional fees. None of us. So, but I do appreciate it. It did give me a few ideas to challenge. I think we do too much outside consulting, to be honest with you. We end up where we have a lot of expertise here, but there seems to be, from my perspective, some of the expertise here we don't trust, so we go outside to get it. And that costs us more money. I think we have a lot of expertise within the VMS staff. They do these things every day, and they have a lot of expertise. So I do believe that we're on the same page. I think our methods would be different. And last, but I know I'm taking up a lot of your time, but last but not least is electric cars. It's interesting, we're in this heat. We have to reduce our electricity use. And yet California has decided to say in 15 years, or less than 15 years, we're going to have a bigger load on our electrical needs without any sort of approach to supply that need, such as new plants, new stations, and things like that, new plants. And so as far as electric cars are concerned, the infrastructure, it's a new market. California may lead it, but it's a new market. So only 5 to 6% of all total cars purchased are electric cars. California leads it, and so we have a little bit more responsibility here, but at the same time, the infrastructure for charging is not fully developed, just like gas stations. I bet you 100 years ago, someone says, well, where are you going to get your gas? All right? And then all of a sudden, over the next 20, 30 years, there's a gas station on every corner. So I think we have to wait it out. We don't have the money to be able to invest in the future 15 years before it happens. We just don't have it. And we don't know what it's going to be when it shakes out. We have no idea as to whether or not that gas station that you see on the corner now will be an electric charging station in 15 years. So we just have to be a little bit patient. I know those who want the electric cars today wanted convenience, but we just, as Director Skillman said, we don't have a gas station outside of our homes. That just doesn't work that way. But thank you for your comments.
Okay, Debbie?
I'll be quick. I just want to mention, hang on. I just want to mention to Mr. Davis, I too own 2 properties here, but you make a comment and I just want to correct this. You say there's a reason renters aren't at these meetings. Yeah, there is one, because they don't have a voice, because you as the owner have their voice. So you speak for your unit as well as your rental unit. And I know that not all renters care, but my renter, he's been here 2 years and he cares very much. So I disagree with that particular statement, but renters don't have a voice, so that's why they don't come to meetings. And I also want to mention that every year the boards rotate and we always have lots of openings on the boards, but yet we don't have a lot of candidates. So while we appreciate everybody coming here and giving their ideas, and we do listen to them all and we write notes about them and sometimes we pursue them, no decision is made overnight. There's lots of things that go into decision-making on boards. We have committees that meet. They're open meetings. We don't see your faces or your voices at those meetings. And many times you look out at a committee meeting and there's no one in the audience. So it doesn't happen overnight. So please, if you feel like you can bring expertise and things to this community, we value that. Apply to be on a board or on an advisor on a committee. Step up to the plate like we have, because this is a hard job, but it's a worthy job. And we do our very best. We uphold our fiduciary responsibilities. We analyze, to Jim's point, there's months and hours and hours and hours that go into the budget process. We sharpen our pencils, we meet, we talk. It's not like one day we just show up here and vote on it. So I just want to make that clear. We appreciate your input, but start your input a lot earlier. That's all and be willing to step up and help. Thank you.
Okay, Reza?
I want to thank all of the comments that came from our members. I want to respond to the individual, the gentleman that talked about the renters and possible surcharges for that. There are many different situations with the renters. There are people that are investors and they rent their property. There are people that live here and rent properties. And usually when you rent your property, you transfer all of your privileges to the renters, which means when you pay for the assessment, all of those charges is the privilege of the owner, which transfers to the renter. Mm-hmm. If the renter doesn't live here, they are not going to allow to come and use the facilities. If they live here in another unit, so they have 2 units, they have their own privileges, and the renter have their privileges. But at the same time, I understand some merits in the renters that might be probably good to consider. I suggest that whichever committee that is responsible for this, well, I'm not sure which one, can look at this potential for the renters and kind of study the potential for the special charges is warranted. But to me, when you rent your facility, your unit, you really transfer all of your privileges to the renters. And there is no other fees that can cover that because they already paying it. But if there are any others that can be thought about, can be considered. I'm not sure if there is any, but, if there is potential, then we can look at it. Thank you.
Are there any other comments?
Bunny, can I just address Reza for 1 second?
Okay.
Reza, I pay the exact same fees for my renter as I do for myself. So,
Right.
I
Exactly
don't know
what
why
I
we
said.
can justify more money to somebody.
No,
they
I
get
said
the
if
same
there are-
privileges.
Yeah, if there are other possibilities that can be looked at. But that's what I said. I said, if you renting your unit, you're transferring your privileges for that unit to the renters. That's exactly what I said.
Thank you. Are there any more comments? The only comments I want to make on the EV cars, EV stations, I think this gets brought up at so many of our meetings. And I find myself being quoted in the Globe often, but I just want to say this, that our staff is continually looking at new technology in regards to the EV stations to see what would be applicable, for our community. And it's a tough, decision to make. But I just want the audience to know that we are constantly looking. We understand, what the California, legislation is doing, and we do not feel that what we can do at this point in time is going to benefit, 18,000 people. So I just want you to know we are constantly looking And we have to make sure that it's affordable, because what happens when you have something like this, that requires a lot more cost than people realize, because not only is the cost to us, but all these transformers, with the SEC, they're so old, they have to be replaced too when we start changing our electrical infrastructure. So if we're going to do this, this cost is going to have to be maybe a special assessment. And we have to really watch the cost and the dues for this community. And I think that that's what they want us to do. I'm positive they want us to do that. So I thank you. If there's no more, let's see, I see Diane Casey. Okay.
Yes, hi. My question just was on electric vehicle charging stations. I mean, I just paid off my car, and I would love to get an electric charging vehicle, but it's not time yet because I saw up at the community center, they have, 3 nice charging units out there. So if you're going to spend the day up there, you could go charge your car, which is a great option. And, we're going to have more of those options, But I was looking up on the Second Walnut Creek mutual policies, and they have a whole thing addressing electric charging vehicles. And, I'm sure we're not the only HOA in the world that is dealing with this issue. So it's good for us to do some research. They have a whole policy on it, and, it could help us in looking at what we can do. Because I know we have an aging structure. I was thinking if we redid the carports with 120, but it can't be done because it feeds into a smaller electrical grid, So, what do you do? I mean, solar, they have these charging stations. They can take up a parking spot. I mean, you could put that in the cul-de-sac, but, that's $60,000. So there's a lot of options, but they do cost money. And so we've got 15 years. We could probably figure something out. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that'll be the last one. Reza?
Yeah. On the EV chargers, one of the things I need to be cleared up here is that GRF responsibility versus mutual responsibility on the EVs. GRF only responsible for the public areas, for the common areas.
Right.
And the best we can do, we can put charging a station in common area, not in the carports and garages. So the mutuals pretty much are the one to need to initiate activities. Infrastructure is for everybody. The infrastructure need to be updated, which is all the mutuals and GRF. But the mutuals are the one that going to carry the most load. I have a hard time to understand why everyone, all members, asking GRF for the EV charges, where it should be addressed toward their mutual, which is the Third and United, and they have to decide what they want to do with their infrastructure, and then GRF can cooperate in that area. So if you are really interested in EV chargers, make sure that you contact your relevant mutual and ask them, because right now, to my understanding, most of them wash their hand off of the EV at this time. And the GRF is the only one considering even putting charging a station somewhere. And that's not going to solve the problem of the village by putting a few charging stations around the common areas. Thank you.
Thank you. So the next item on our agenda is the consent calendar. All matters listed under the consent calendar are recommended for action by committees and will be enacted by the board by one motion. In the event an item is removed from the consent calendar by members of the board, such item shall be subject of further discussion and action by the board. Recommendation from the Finance Committee. A, consistent with the statutory obligations, a subcommittee of the board consisting of the treasurer and at least one other board member reviewed and approved preliminary Golden Rain Foundation financials for the month of July 2022. By this vote, ratified that such review be confirmed in this month's board member open session meeting minutes. Do we have
Are there any objections?
are there any objections? If there are no objections, the consent calendar is approved without objection. So the next item is 11 unfinished business. So the first A is to entertain a motion to approve internal dispute resolution. So this policy has already gone through the 28-day review, and we are now looking for Joan to read the resolution for a final vote for the internal dispute resolution. So Joan, will you read the resolution? Thank you.
Resolution 90-22-XX, Internal Dispute Resolution Policy. Whereas the Board of Directors has recognized the need to adopt an internal dispute resolution policy, and whereas the Internal Dispute Resolution, IDR, policy is to be followed by GRF and its members in connection with disputes relating to the enforcement of the governing documents. And whereas the law requires a fair, reasonable, and expeditious procedure for resolving such disputes, and further authorizes GRF to develop its own procedure for these purposes, known as IDR or Meet and Confer. Now, therefore, be it resolved, September 6th, 2022, the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby approves the internal dispute resolution policy as attached to the official minutes of this meeting, and resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out the purpose of this resolution. I move that we approve this resolution.
Second. Are there any?
I second it.
You second it? Thank you.
Yes.
Are there any objections? So if there are no objections, the internal dispute resolution policy is approved without objection. The next item is the interboard anti-harassment, anti-abuse, anti-intimidation policy, and formation of a joint hearing body. This also has gone through the 28-day review. There are just a few edits. Siobhan has made some edits, and there was a couple of edits, but it was just wordsmithing that Joan recognized as far as we needed to replace the word harassment to intimidation in two different places. But
Couple of things. I'll bring them up and give the
Okay.
notes to them.
Okay. So Joan, will you please read the resolution?
Resolution 90-22-XX, Interboard Anti-Harassment, Anti-Abuse, and Anti-Intimidation Policy and Charter for the Joint Hearing Body Committee. Whereas the Board of Directors of Golden Rain Foundation, GRF, United Laguna Woods Mutual, United, and Third Laguna Hills Mutual, Third, require a clear and consistent policy to address claims of harassment, abuse, and intimidation by directors to staff of Village Management Services, Inc., fellow directors, and residents, as well as claims involving harassment, abuse, and intimidation by residents to staff of VMS directors and other residents. And whereas this anti-harassment, anti-abuse, and anti-intimidation policy is intended to provide guidance relative to such behavior and issue a mechanism for addressing same by the Anti-Harassment, Anti-Abuse, and Anti-Intimidation Joint Hearing Body Committee. And whereas this policy is being adopted by the Board of Directors of GRF, United, and Third in the exercise of their respective duties to maintain, protect, and enhance the value and desirability of Laguna Woods Village and the interests of all of its members. Now, therefore, be it resolved, September 6th, 2022, that the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby approves the anti-harassment, anti-abuse, and anti-intimidation policy and charter of the Joint Hearing Body Committee as attached to the official minutes of this meeting, and resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out the purpose of this resolution. I move that we approve this resolution. Debbie seconded.
We have a second? Are there any objections? Or,
It's not an objection, I have some corrections.
okay,
Within the policy itself, I'm just going to state them and I'll give you the notes. On pages 4 and 5 of 6. Under Roman numeral 8I, the last word under the little I should be intimidation and not harassment. And under number 2, the same place, you'll see harassment, and that should be intimidation. Okay. It says and or harassment. It says harassment, abuse, and or harassment should read and or intimidation. And that was under Roman numeral 8, number 2. So 1 and 2, there's that error. Then on the next page. Yes.
Over here. I'm sorry, Director Nolan, but I don't see item number 8 on pages.
Page 4 of 6, Roman numeral 8.
Okay, I don't see it, but just go ahead. No, never mind.
B1.
Just go ahead.
May I suggest that I just work offline with Joe and
okay.
Okay,
There's just a couple of places that I.
we'll do it then. That's not a problem, and I can give it to you. Thank you.
Okay.
President Carpenter?
Yes?
There is a speaker who would like to come up for this item, if that's okay.
Thank you, yes.
It's Elizabeth Romano.
Thank you. I'm following up from the last time that I was here mentioning the issue that I have about elder abuse and retaliation. And I did go ahead and talk to an attorney. And this is related to the papers that you sent me that said I have to pay $500 if I want to talk to any board member to complain. Okay, that paper was given to attorneys, and that is elder abuse. That is a civil rights violation. I spoke to attorney Gloria Allred, and she recommended that we bring a lawsuit, which I'm going to. You've caused me a lot of distress, okay? You sent the head of security out to my house to pound on my door at night, try to enter my home at night, okay? And these are all, you know better than this, okay? That you have an old policy of no harassment that was in 2019, and you're not doing it. You're making it more difficult. So the board all signed on to this, and so the board all is going to be responsible for standing up to these attorneys and showing that this wasn't elder abuse or a civil rights violation. And I'm very sorry about that. But the security needs to stop going out after people that you guys have a problem with. These are our neighbors, okay? And you sent them out after Lonnie Painter's dying wife. I was in the house when that happened. I have cancer too, okay? And I'm a totally disabled person. She was crying and yelling at the security, don't come, Lonnie's not here, Lonnie's not here. And, they kept pounding, she's dying. She's telling them, I'm dying. I'm in the background going through, trying to deal with cancer and nausea, because we didn't want to leave her alone, okay? Lonnie wasn't there. This is inexcusable, okay? This is elder abuse, okay? This is a violation of civil rights. The second issue I want to bring up is I'm here because of the fiduciary abuse, and I'm representing about 7,000 people here who there is not a sufficient balance in the that you maintain for us to be able to sell our houses or lease our houses out. My banker told me that you can't get a loan on your house, okay? And that's because the balance is too low, okay? That impacts 7,000 of us, and so there's I'm trying to move out of here, okay? I can't move out of here because no one can come in and get a loan on my house. So I would really like for you to take a look at the way you handle things and appreciate that when you make a decision, there's something called empathy. And, you need to decide, you need to take a look at the people, okay, that you're impacting. Somebody complained about the arguments out in the patio at the drop-in lounge, so all the chairs were pulled, okay? So now people are out there standing in the sun in this heat, Okay, please, they need water over there. Here's the resolution for the problem with the ice, okay? They need cold water. This is a hot time, and the resolution was to pull the ice because, the ice, the scoop for the ice was in the drawer next door. Please consider the impact on the people that you have. Thank you.
The only comment I have is getting the loan on your house is a United issue.
It's a fiduciary issue of.
It's a United.
The balance of the necessary requirements like the banks hasn't been met. So none of the 7,000 of us.
I can't hear you at all. But this isn't a debate, and
It's not a debate. It's information, okay? That, I can't sell my house. I want to move out of here.
okay, but I need to tell you, GRF has nothing to do with how you sell your house in United. And United's issue with getting a loan still has nothing to do with GRF.
Sorry for the wrong point here, but, it does impact all of us.
And I do have to tell you that we do have a lot of empathy. And one of the reasons why we're trying to create these policies that are being followed is that we do want to make sure that everybody is respected here. And no elder abuse. We're very serious about that, but I have no.
That you sent me that was signed by all of you with big handwriting on.
We don't do
further intimidate me. That says I have to pay $500.
We don't do back and forth. We don't do back and forth. We need to stop this, please.
Thank you.
I don't never signed anything.
And I do have to say that GRF is not even aware of this case that she's talking about, or if it even involves GRF. Okay.
Check the signatures, check your partners there.
Okay. All right. Where are we?
Are there any further remarks about this?
Okay, so we're going to basically, are there any objections to the corrections of the anti-abuse policy?
No.
So if there are no objections, then the anti-abuse policy is approved without objections. And I really do think this policy and the new hearing board will really serve this community and be of benefit to it. So the next item is to entertain a motion to approve the garden center operating rules. And this also has the 28-day notification that has been satisfied. So Joan, will you please read the resolution?
Resolution 90-22-XX, Garden Center Operating Rules. Whereas the board has set policies and operating rules for usage of GRF facilities, and whereas the Recreation and Special Events Department oversees the use of facilities, and whereas the department is responsible for ensuring that safety and compliance procedures are followed, protect facilities, and enforce policy and operating rules. And whereas the proposed amendments improve the understandability of the policies and procedures and facilitates implementation by staff. And whereas on June 9th, 2022, the Community Activities Committee approved the amended Garden Center operating rules, and whereas that this resolution supersedes and cancels Resolution 90-16-555, adopted December 6, 2016. Now, therefore, be it resolved, September 6, 2022, that the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby adopts the amended Garden Center operating rules, and resolved further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized to carry out this resolution as written. I move that we approve this resolution, and Yvonne seconded.
Okay, are there any objections?
I have some corrections which I will deal with you guys. It's just wordsmithing. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Wait, we have a problem from Michaela.
Not a problem. We do have a speaker, though.
Oh,
Okay.
sorry, okay.
They emailed in, it's from Bill Fisher, and they stated, subject Garden Center operating rules. Today, you are being asked to approve Garden Center operating rules, item 11C. These rules have been tampered with. They are not the same rules approved and endorsed by the CAC on June 9th. To verify tampering, compare the CAC paragraphs J5 and C2 for June 9th against the August 2nd in today's version. Compare more paragraphs for more tampering. Also, there is a missing amendment. On June 9th, paragraph L6 was amended to specifically allow 10-foot tall garden plants with some restrictions. That amendment is missing in both packets for today and August 2nd. This malfeasance, the solution motion, whereas a bogus set of rules were approved on August 2nd, I move to invalidate August 2nd's approval and direct staff to submit the actual rules approved by the CAC on June 9th as amended without tampering for board approval at a future date, or will you tediously push on? And that is all from the resident.
Okay, Reza?
Looking at page 13 of 22, number 7, it says the structural fences are prohibited around the plot, temporary fencing allowed for 30 days during the harvesting.
Is mic on?
You got your mic
Yeah,
on?
the mic is on. This, as I said, is page 13 of 22, number 7. There are temporary fences allowed by default for some of the tree gardens that are already in place, and people spend some amount of money on putting them in, and now they have to pay to be removed. I don't think that's fair. It should be grandfathered in because, the cost to the gardeners. And then the part A of that says if the tree plot produce fruit year round, then permanent fence is approved. So that's kind of contradictory to, some of them have, some of them don't. You just put one tree in there, then you get permanent fence. That year round. So I think we need to correct that.
Point of order.
Huh?
Point of order.
What?
I'm not so sure that this is the right time to go with this. If
Well-
we need some
Yvonne?
wordsmithing on the.
No, I'm not talking about wordsmithing. I'm talking about the rule on page 13 of 22. Why is out of order? We're talking about this, aren't we?
Okay, page what? Page 13?
Yeah, I'm requesting that the people that are out to have those fences around the tree lots to be grandfathered in rather than charged to be removed. Because that's not going to go well with the people that are trying to garden. That's not fair.
Well, I'm not so sure that.
Well,
Why not? Because it was allowed for people to
Can
spend
you
money
please
to
use-
do it.
no, I understand, but I don't think the intention was to have people, I think the intention was to have some of those grandfathered in. Okay, but I don't know, huh?
I know.
Brian,
What?
can you speak to
It's your
that?
fence.
Yeah, I have a fence, so what? A lot of people has it, and they were allowed to do it.
Honorary President.
What?
Board Director,
They allowed to do it with the permission.
if I can just clarify, the current garden center policy does not allow for a fence at all. So the individuals who actually put up a fence are currently in violation of even putting up that fence in the first place. So this will give them some leeway and some flexibility in regards to having a temporary fence up. So that would be my recommendation, that we can certainly work with the individuals and making sure that they can transition to a more temporary fence as opposed to a permanent fence that they currently have.
Thank you. And then for Bill Fisher's comment in regards to having the verbiage in here regarding the 10 feet, I don't exactly know where that is in the rules at this point in time, but that was one of the things that we agreed on And if it's not in here, we need to make that adjustment, but I think that's just a editing adjustment, and that we could go on and approve the rules. So,
Yeah, that is correct. I mean, it could be an editing thing. We did change it to make it compliant with whatever fence level that they currently have in their garden plot. So if somebody has an 8-foot fence, then the plantings can't exceed the 8-foot fence threshold. If we allow 10 foot, somebody with an 8-foot fence could grow obviously a lot taller. That would be something that the board can certainly decide, and we can certainly implement something like that. But the idea was to keep it in line with their current fence height that they have in place currently.
okay.
Before he goes,
Elsie?
sorry, Bri, Director Gruner, on P, garden product policy number 2, and then number 2, I guess. Anyway, attachment 1, page 13 of 22. Anyway, it says we have to have must have a minimum of 3 trees per 10 by 10 area, but not exceed 5 trees. I've heard about the not exceed 5 trees, but I don't know where that other one came from. I haven't heard that discussed at all, a minimum of 3 trees. I mean, if you have a really big, huge tree, right, you don't want...
Yeah, I mean, this really applies to not necessarily existing tree plots, but if you have a new tree plot and you're planting trees, then we would like to have a minimum of 3.
Oh.
But not to exceed 5. Some people try to cram 10 trees in there.
Oh, no, I understand the maximum part. I just don't understand the minimum part. I mean, that's the first I've heard of it.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that was something that was discussed, and we felt that 3 would be a good minimum to start off with, as opposed to 1.
So at this point in time, I'm just thinking that I don't think we're ready to vote on it, that we need to make sure that we have all the changes in here that we had agreed to at the CAC meeting. And so I would like pardon me.
Excuse me, we do have another speaker for this item, if that's okay. It's Annette Soul.
Hi, this is the first time I've read this, and I really appreciate it. It's the garden vegetable plot specifics, and it's number 6. Plot holders must utilize at least 75% of the plot for planting. Plots are not to be used for store materials, tools not associated with gardening, or to be used as an entertaining area. I kind of think that or be used as an entertaining area should be stricken, because I found that during COVID, I share my plot with another person. And I'll just give an example of this, but basically when everything was closed up, we kind of met at the garden and we planted, but we could maintain 6 feet of space. We even invited other friends who didn't have the luxury of having a garden. And everybody could bring their water bottles or whatever, and we sit there, they'd bring their sandwiches, so there was none of that. We have a little table and chairs, but we also have raised garden beds that people could sit at, and they could help us weed or do whatever. And part of the garden, I feel, is really for fun, and it is a socialization, and we all get together at each other's plots, and we ask what they're planting and different other things. So I really feel that when you do get a garden, personally, you have to have the freedom to do what you'd like to do with your garden plot and to sit there and to enjoy, it and share it with people. I happen to grow roses, and I happen to grow fruits and vegetables, and I happen to have people come over when I'm ready to harvest them, and I share them with them. And it is a social event. So I guess not to be used as entertaining, I take part of that as, part of having a garden is, and I have a very beautiful garden. I have topiaries and everything else there. I look at this as, are you kidding me? What business is it of yours? Really, in terms of understanding that everybody has freedom within their garden plot to grow their own fruits and vegetables, I mean, here you're telling us we can only grow maybe, more than one or two, but all I'm saying is please give some consideration. I'm not talking about parties or whatever. I'm just talking about, time, like different times to get together and really, like, 3 or 4 friends and sit down and, share or have them help you. Like, I just had surgery. I needed a bunch of people to get over there and help me weed and help me plant. And yes, I guess, somebody could say, oh, she's entertaining. I looked at it like, I had a great group of friends. So that's all I'm asking you to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Joan?
Brian, I'd be curious to know why that was put in there. What kind of entertaining were they thinking about? Barbecues? I think they were thinking about barbecues and that, not informal
It's very
get-togethers.
vague.
Yeah, you're right. But I'm just saying it needs to be maybe clarified some way if necessary. Go ahead, Brian.
I mean, we can certainly take another look at that and clarify that further, but my understanding is when the rules were revised back in 2016,
Yeah.
that was part of the policy that they want to put in place to discourage just making a strictly entertainment type of plot with a barbecue and tables and chairs and not really planting. So a lot of times that would convert into a storage plot, so to speak, where people start bringing all kinds of stuff down, and then it would just build up, and then something would happen where they might get sick, and then they can't take care of that plot anymore, and then it's just building up and building up, and really that's what we're trying to avoid. We really want active gardeners who take joy in gardening and, of course, socializing with their neighbors.
Thank you. Diane? Casey?
Yes. Yes. Well, I know I have a situation next to my garden plot, which is Party Central. And we've got a whole bunch of men coming out there and drinking. And I've got to walk by that, so maybe that was one reason. I don't know. But, I think it can be intimidating for a woman to walk by, a whole bunch of guys drinking beers and shots and, all that stuff. So anyway, that's the way I look at it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other comments?
I have one.
All right.
To Diane's point, that's what I heard about too, was that somebody built a full-on bar up there and was holding on things. So I think there needs to be some type of rules. What Annette was mentioning, a couple of friends helping her weed is different than having a big party there. So I feel that we have to have some limitations, and they need to be in the rules in order to avoid Party Central, to her point. So can we take a look at that, Brian, and just maybe clarify what that means, more than a certain number of people or something like that? But we certainly cannot have people barbecuing, because if I had a garden plot and I went there for quiet enjoyment and I had, 10 people next door with music and drinking, I wouldn't be very happy about that. And also, to someone else's point, the property belongs to GRF, so you are on our property, so we have to make rules. That's all.
Thank you. One more, Reza.
Yeah, I just want to confirm that, the property belongs to GRF, but it's rented to the gardener. They pay fees. As long as they pay fees, they're a renter. So they have to abide by the rules. But my problem with the rules is rules has to be kind of fixed, not change every year, and rules have to be fair. The people there to enjoy themselves, and the rules should not have imposed condition that prohibit people from enjoying the gardening and having fun when they're doing it. That's my point. And it has to be flexible enough for people to be able to, to enjoy it.
So, Reza, I do agree with you that we are there, to protect the property and to protect it also for the quiet enjoyment of everybody that has a plot there. So GRF has to think of everybody. And we always, our goal is to make it so that it's enjoyable for everyone that's there. But I do think that we need to not approve this at this point in time and to take another look.
I'll move to send it back to committee.
We
Send it
can
back
send
to
it?
committee,
Okay,
yeah.
all right. So
Madam
it-
Chair? Okay.
Yes.
I move that we send it back to the department, the committee, for clarification and fine tuning. And then we'll bring it back next month. There's a second.
Do I need to have a second?
Need
Okay.
to vote.
Are there any objections? So if there's no objections, we are going to be sending this back to committee and then bring it forth to the next GRF meeting. So thank you. Okay, let me see where we're at here.
11D. 11D.
All right, so the next item is to entertain a motion to approve the tennis center operating rules, and we have satisfied the 28-day member review. So would you read the resolution?
Right. Resolution 90-22-XX, Tennis Center Operating Rules. Whereas the board has set policies and operating rules for usage of GRS facilities, and whereas the Recreation and Special Events Department oversees the use of facilities, and whereas the department is responsible for ensuring that safety and compliance procedures are followed, protect facilities, and enforce policy and operating rules, and whereas the proposed amendments improve the understandability of the policies and procedures and facilitates implementation by staff. And whereas on May 12, 2022, the Community Activities Committee approved the amended tennis center operating rules. Now therefore be it resolved, September 6, 2022, that the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby adopts the amended tennis center operating rules, and resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized to carry out this resolution as written. I move that we approve this resolution.
Is there a second?
Yvonne?
Okay. Are there any objections? We have no objections, so the motion to approve tennis center operating rules is approved without.
Wait, there's discussion.
Apologies, we do have two residents who would like to speak on this item.
All right, thank you.
So the first one is Susan Frank.
Suzanne Frank, 227B. I'd like to talk about item page 3 of 14 on the staff report for the tennis center operating rules, where it says pickleball, 20% in favor and 80% not in favor. The sheet I'm handing out to you now is the actual results of the survey that the Recreation Department handed out. And the CAC committee gave Recreation permission to add the 17% to the not in favor in order to get the 80%. And I was told this by the Recreation Department. I have it in an email. So the actual number is 62.30% was not in favor. Tennis, 61% not in favor of the reservation system. So it just seems to me that you're voting on something where the numbers are not really true. And not only that, we were told that we could try the system for 6 months starting last February, which we did. I emailed you, Ms. Carpenter, last month to ask you if you could try no reservation system for 6 months. And you emailed me back and said that all residents have to be accommodated. You said there are many tennis players that choose the court system. Right. They must be considered even though they are not the majority. Well, if that's the case, I am in favor of pickleball club reservations, and I feel you have to accommodate the 100 people of the pickleball club who wanted reservations. So if you're going to do one for them, then you also should do one for the other. Thank you.
Next speaker is Joe Fitzcomb.
Good morning again. I'll do this kind of casually as opposed to what I wanted to present. I mean, there's been really three basic times, and Ms. Millman can tell me that when I was there, that I got involved in things. I played 12 sports here at one time, and I tried to keep the village games going on a yearly basis. And did a very bad job at it, I can certainly tell you, but I knew the clubs. The members came in and spoke about it. The paddle tennis, when I was president of that club, I did not run for election. I was not there for the election. I was elected, so I helped them. It cost me a good part of 18 months of my life. I'm the president of tennis. I wasn't intending to run for that. I have health situations, and those would be the last thing I probably end up doing in this type of nature. But it is true. We had a meeting, and unfortunately, I don't want to pinpoint anybody, but we worked always with VMS and with the Golden Rain Foundation, and we were told things like, well, the results of the survey were 50-50. Well, they weren't. In a subsequent meeting sometimes, we were told, oh, I never said that. We have witnesses, and it also bled through the VMS system all the way down to the tennis courts. We were given false information to negotiate. Our CPA on our tennis club noticed that the election went through, that 40-some people that would be known to the recreation department that were against the reservation systems, votes never received a possibility of voting. So we made up as many as we could, and I think recreation got those all through, but that's the ones we knew about. In other words, we sent out a survey that would have an overwhelming victory that could have showed up as a defeat, so we didn't contact the people, or they couldn't find it, I don't know, on what the survey was. These particular operating rules, this business of two people there at the same time in prime time, is difficult. We had a VMS board of director who actually went to talk to people in Costa Mesa, trying to bring their people up here to play with us. That should be limited in prime time. I think that rule of 2 and 2 at prime time, why be a resident? Why pay dues if Vladimir Putin can come over and have the same rights we do? And that's exactly what that is. So we're trying to keep the courts for the residents here. We have 10 hours a day when there's really, the only restriction is you have to have one resident. So I don't know if those few hours in the morning that we play, and obviously we're an aged community, we need to have a bunch of guests coming in here. I don't want to fight the issue here. It's not the forum. If I hope you trust the fact that someone in my condition that's only ever fought for somebody else is telling you there's a problem here, and there's a big problem. I've moved tens of thousands of dollars to expose what happened here. If that has to be fought out, I don't want to do that. I know most of you have no idea what I'm talking about because you were in some of these meetings. It was just badly handled. I even had one of my persons run down in front of another director accused of something, and you have a director say BS to them, they didn't abbreviate it, and they were wrong about what they were saying. They had no idea what the conversation was. It's just shocking. So please put this off or get the group together and talk to me or something. It's just been handled badly. Thank you.
Are there any comments?
Bunny?
Well, you don't have to, but
We've had many meetings, Joe, and I don't know what you're talking about. So
Can we hear from
I
Brian
thought,
again?
Pardon?
this is all settled.
Can we hear from Brian again?
What?
Yeah.
Jim?
I just really have one question. The survey, is it the 80% or is it the 32%? Which number is correct?
You see,
The survey, I guess our CP was
No.
This is not back and forth.
okay, that's right, we don't go back and forth.
Yeah, I'm really asking
I'm sorry.
the committee chair or the person who made the comment.
Mr. Brewer?
Yeah.
So at the CAC meeting, it was discussed and it was decided to include the exactly those individuals that had no preference. They didn't care one way or the other, and that was included in the no for the pickleball.
So the no preference was included as a no. That's
Yes.
that's the statistical difference.
Yes.
Thank you.
The only comment that I want to make is that I thought we got past all of this issue in regards to the conflict as far as the survey goes. One of the things, they had 6 months. We had a 6 months trial. And then we said we would readdress it after the 6 months, which we did. And then we can ask Brian to speak to it. There were many people, I think there was almost like 1,000 people that signed up. There were many people that signed up for the court system, which really showed that they wanted the court system. They wanted the reservation system. And I don't see how GRF can be fair to everybody if we are saying that those people don't count. That isn't the majority of the tennis club that wants something different. So it's GRF's responsibility to be fair to everybody, and we have such a diverse community that we can't say that any club that has a majority has the say over what's the best benefit for GRF as a whole. So that's our job. We have to be fair to everybody. So Brian, how many people signed up for the court system? And that's why we are going forward with this.
Say reservation.
Okay, I'm sorry. All right, the court reservation system.
Yeah, so we just did a switch from the court, from courts, which was the initial reservation system that we had, and that was bought out by an international European company, and it didn't support some of the features that we needed. So we went ahead and went with court reserve, and pretty much once that was sent out to all the existing court users or participants, which is really the entire community, and we had thousands of people register for this online reservation system. I don't have the exact number, but I can certainly get that.
Hey, Reza?
Since we discontinued the reservation system for the pickleball, have you received any complaint or CAC received any complaint from pickleball? So that proves that 80% is fine, even 100%, because nobody complained in the pickleball side not having the reservation. But at the same time, we're receiving complaint from tennis, right? So I think I really support what Bonnie is saying, that in case that people are complaining, in order to be fair, we have to consider those complaints. If pickleball people were complaining, we would say the same thing. That's, look, we might have to give some of the court for reservation. But now we have the issue here that part of the people are very serious about reservation in the tennis side, and they need to be considered. But if there was no complaint, then there wouldn't be any court system. That's my view on that.
Hey, Brian.
And if I can just point out, pickleball and tennis are very different sports. Yes, you have a net, you have a paddle, or you have a racket and a ball. However, in pickleball, the game is a lot quicker, 15, 20 minutes, and you're rotating through. So it's a far more social game than tennis is. Tennis obviously takes a little bit longer. It takes about an hour and a half to 2 hours to play. And it's not quite as social because the games are longer. So I just want to point that out.
Okay. Are there any other comments?
Well, the reason that they asked us to do away with the reservation system on pickleball because it was being manipulated, and the times, and then, and you know that that's true.
Yeah, it's much smoother when the reservation is not there now.
and so we stopped the reservation system, and they were still cheating, and so the president of pickleball came in and asked us to change the times on the courts to 15 minutes. What can you say? However, we have a lot of tennis players and swimmers that prefer a reservation system, only because they want to play at a certain time. They don't want to sit around and socialize at the pools nor the tennis courts. They just want to go and play with their friends and go home. Anyway, so, and I agree with that. And if you go to any other private club, and I consider this a private club, they have a reservation system on their tennis courts, like 90% of them. Anyway, that's my spiel. Thank you so much.
No more. Like I said, we're not debating the issue here. Okay, so is there any more comments from the board? Okay, are we ready to vote on this? All right. So we've already had a second and discussion. Are there any objections? So if there's no objections To the motion to approve the tennis center operating rules, the motion is approved without objection. Thank you so much, and thank you for all of your input on this information. So the next item is to update the committee appointments, and we have a couple of changes here. So, the changes, do you want to read the changes, or do you want me to?
Why don't you read them, because you've got them.
Okay, all right. So on the GRF committee appointments, we have two changes, and one is the broadband ad hoc committee. So my understanding is Jim Cook is going to replace Annie McCary, and then for the vacant on United is Maggie Blackwell. Okay, and then we have a new committee, which is the Compliance Ad Hoc Committee, and Bunny Carpenter is the chair. Yvonne Horton, Reza Karimi, and Joan Milliman are the GRF people. And we have Maggie Blackwell, Pearl Lee from United, Mark Laws, and Annie McCary on third. And that is what will be the Compliance Ad Hoc Committee. And I do have to make a comment that when you have an ad hoc committee, that you can have more than the same structure that they use for the standard committee. So we can have more than two from each organization if they so desire. Okay, so with that, Joan, would you like to read the resolution? Did I mix you up here?
No, it's, okay.
Can I ask a question?
We have to read this first, I think.
Okay.
And then we'll try it. Okay.
Okay.
Resolution 90-22-XX, GRF Committee Appointments. Resolved September 6, 2022, that the following persons are hereby appointed and ratified to serve on the committees of this corporation. And I will simply read the changes, which are on page 5 of 6. And help me, Bunny, if I do it wrong. Okay. The Compliance Ad Hoc Committee is new and has been added, and includes Maggie Blackwell from United, Pearl Lee from United, Mark Laws from Third, Annie McCary from Third, Bunny Carpenter from GRF, Joan Milliman from GRF, Yvonne Horton from GRF, and Reza Karimi from GRF. Also, the GRF Broadband Ad Hoc Committee has changed somewhat. We've added Maggie Blackwell from United, and Jim Cook is replacing Annie McCary on Third, and Chris Prince has always been on, she's from Third. So, resolved further that Resolution 90-22-34, adopted August 2nd, 2022, is hereby superseded and canceled. And resolved further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out this resolution. I move that we approve this resolution.
Is there anyone second it?
Second.
Okay.
Did we get a second? Oh, Yvonne, thank you.
Yes. Okay, we have a second. Are there any? Yes?
Madam Chair, I bring to your attention on page 11, 4 of 6 under 11E, Disaster Preparedness Task Force. Carlos Rojas is no longer the chair. It is our new chief, Eric Nunez.
Okay, Carlos Rojas is no longer the chair. Please repeat.
Eric Nunez, our new chief.
Eric Nunez, right.
Yes. I also have a question. The GRF Broadband Ad Hoc Committee, there are no GRF members listed on it.
That's why.
That isn't the full committee.
Yes. That's where they made the mistake on here, because they added this GRF Broadband Ad Hoc Committee. But if you go back and you look on page 3 of 6, it says Broadband Ad Hoc Committee right there.
So that's my question, Bunny.
Yeah, it was just
confusion.
a mistake. We're not creating a new committee.
Okay. These are the changes
Yeah.
only.
Okay.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
So,
Do you want me to read the full committee? I have it.
Yes.
Yeah, for GRF broadband, for sure.
GRF Broadband Advisory Committee is Joan Milliman, Chair, Jim Hopkins, Debbie Dotson, Chris Prince, Jim Cook. These are with the changes.
Yeah.
Maggie Blackwell, Diane Casey, and then Paul Ortiz, Eileen Paulin, and Siobhan Foster as available. Sorry about that.
okay. And you have a question?
Could you repeat the ones on the compliance?
Compliance, because again, it's not listed.
Compliance?
I'll
Okay.
repeat it. You
Okay.
have the first four. Now add Bunny Carpenter, Joan Milliman, Yvonne Horton, and Reza Karimi.
Thank you.
Elsie, you have a problem?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
You were
No,
just
we
shaking
didn't
your
know
head.
if you were done or not. Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right.
All right, are there any further comments? So if there are no further comments, are we ready to vote on this?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any objections to the changes? No, you object to the changes? You're not, you,
On compliance, would you rather not be on that committee? On compliance?
on compliance? You don't have to be on the committee. Okay.
You guys that want to be on it, stick your hands up in the air.
Okay. Now, I can't have everybody from GRF being on that, but,
Happy to take Yvonne's place.
It's an ad hoc committee.
yes, I realize that, but you're stating that you want to be on that committee?
Yes, ma'am.
So Yvonne does not,
And Yvonne does not? Okay, that's fine.
and Juanita does,
Okay.
and Elsie does.
Now, you know what? I just withdraw. I already expressed my interest, and I should just
Okay.
be a little more noble. So
Okay.
I withdraw my volunteer.
Okay, so we'll
Juanita's
put
taking-
Juanita on there?
Yeah, Juanita is taking Yvonne's place.
Okay. Is there any more discussion?
Okay.
If there's no more discussions, so if there's no more discussion, are there any objections to the changes and corrections? So if there's no objection to the changes and corrections, then the committee appointments are approved without, the corrected committee appointments are approved without objection. Thank you. Okay. The next item, we are new business. So we're going to entertain a motion to approve the vehicle replacement policy, but I would like Robert Carroll to come up and explain about this new policy.
Good morning, President Carpenter and directors. Yes, before you this morning, we have a vehicle replacement policy, which covers several areas related to the replacement of GRF vehicles. The policy that's attached to your staff report provides guidance related to how vehicles are scheduled to be replaced, criteria for purchasing versus leasing, criteria for purchasing used vehicles, and criteria for purchasing hybrid and electric vehicles. The guidelines included in this policy are intended to maximize operational efficiency and long-term cost savings to GRF. Vehicles purchases will also follow guidelines established in the purchasing policy for capital purchases. And lastly, the proposed policy includes language directing the General Services Department to complete a fleet right-sizing assessment every 2 years. The fleet right-sizing assessment will help ensure that the number and type of vehicles included in the GR fleet are appropriate for supporting VMS operations. The Vehicle and Mobility and Vehicles Committee considered this item at their August meeting, and although there is no vote, the policy was favorably received by the committee, with the understanding that this policy would move forward to the board for consideration. When we consider replacing vehicles, we consider the overall condition of the vehicle as it relates to safety first. We consider decreased availability of parts and increased cost of parts, decreased availability of dealer support, diagnostic tools, etc., overall cost of maintenance, dependability, compliance issues, for example, if there's new smog requirements that the state's imposing, and we consider mileage. I'd be glad to answer any questions at this time.
Okay. At this time, we will have Joan read the resolution, and then we will go into discussion and see if there's any questions.
Resolution 90-22-XX, Vehicle Replacement Policy. Whereas on November 21st, 2005, by way of direction from the Maintenance and Construction Committee, a policy was set forth to purchase new vehicles for the Golden Rain Foundation vehicle fleet. And whereas the board recognizes that there may be situations where purchasing used vehicles or leasing vehicles may result in long-term cost savings. And whereas revising the policy will allow the Vehicle Maintenance Division to evaluate each class of vehicle to determine if purchasing used vehicles or leasing vehicles will produce long-term cost savings. And whereas the board recognizes the need to establish guidance related to how vehicles are scheduled to be replaced, criteria for purchasing versus leasing, criteria for purchasing used vehicles, and criteria for purchasing hybrid and electric vehicles. Now, therefore, be it resolved October 4th, 2022, that the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby approves the vehicle replacement policy as attached to the official minutes of this meeting, and resolved further that Resolution 90-11-55, adopted June 7th of 2011, is hereby superseded and canceled. And resolved further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out the purpose of this resolution. I move that we approve this resolution for discussion purposes and postpone the final vote for 28 days per Civil Code 4360.
Thank you.
Second.
There's a second.
Yvonne.
Is there any discussion? Any questions?
Juanita, second.
Juanita, second.
Juanita has a question.
Juanita has a question.
We need.
Okay, Juanita, go.
I question why this is under the direction of maintenance and construction. Should this not be mobility and vehicles,
Yes.
M&V?
Yes, where
It is.
It is.
But it doesn't say that. It says by way of direction from the Maintenance and Construction Committee.
Oh, you're right.
The policy, and
The
it
very
should be
first thing,
M&V.
it should be
And then
mobility.
in the third whereas, it says allow the Vehicle Maintenance Division. Again, that's mobility and vehicles.
Yes,
The
we'll
very
make that
first sentence.
correction. Thank you. Okay, there was other question. I think Jim was next, and then Reza.
Yeah. My question, has there been a change to the expected life in this chart?
There has not. When the vehicles reach the end of their useful life, they're not automatically replaced. So, for example, our trucks, their useful life is 13 years, but a lot of our trucks we don't replace for 20, 21, 22 years. So just because it reaches its end of its useful life, we evaluate the vehicle, and if it's still in good shape, we continue. And just in regards to Director Skillman's question on the Maintenance and Construction Committee and the resolution, in 2005, when the original policy was considered, I believe M&B was under maintenance and construction back then.
Okay.
And I
But we'll make the correction.
Oh,
Okay.
doesn't need to be
one
corrected.
more question. Is the expected life the same as what finance uses for its analysis and depreciation?
I'm not sure on that,
Okay.
but we can get back to you on that answer.
Okay, Reza?
On the Exhibit A, page 6 of 8, we have transportation buses, life expectancy of 7 years. Then there are passenger cars that are 10 years, and electric passenger car, which is 5 years. Can you explain those three items to me and the differences between electric and regular passenger cars?
Yeah, I believe the difference there is my predecessor wanted to make sure we got to the replacement of the electric passenger vehicles before there were significant expenses incurred as related to replacing the expensive batteries and that type of thing. Because those can be expensive when they're due to be replaced.
Well, to my knowledge, Tesla and the life expectancy of the batteries are 10 years plus. And we're considering 5 years for electric passenger cars replacement. I think it doesn't jive with me. But then
We don't have any Teslas.
I'm talking about batteries. Yeah, the batteries are made with only a couple of companies, not much difference. So just saying that 5 years for electric passenger car life expectancy I think is pretty low.
And we'll continue to look at those, as I mentioned, when the vehicle comes up for replacement at 5 years, if the vehicle's still in good shape, it's not replaced at 5 years. If vehicle maintenance evaluates the vehicle and feels it can go another 2, 3, 4, 5 years and the battery's still in good shape and the vehicle's still performing well, we'll hang on to it.
But if the financial going to use this as a statement for the budgeting, then
it's just used for planning purposes, and you want to plan conservatively. So that doesn't mean that automatically there is an allocation of X dollars for vehicles just because this life expectation is there. It's the way the financial system and we would plan for it. But the analysis and the assessment is done by mobility. And they will do that. So let's just say that the electric passenger car at the end of 5 years, technology has changed to a point where we know now it's going to last 10 years. We know that. Well, then that would be extended. But the 5 years or whatever 5 years is simply a planning number, which is done all the time. It's not. But and I looked at that because I was a little bit concerned that there was some sort of automatic replacement. But then the note says all vehicles which reach replacement age will be evaluated before they come up for analysis, for financial consideration.
okay, the finance, is aware of the issues. I'm fine with it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, was there more questions? Egon?
So Robert's correct, and we did not vote on this. In fact, we didn't discuss it more than just in passing. Since the vehicle policy hasn't been changed since 2005, I don't see a need for 28. I'm sorry?
2011.
Oh, 2000. No, it says 2005, please. Since it hasn't been discussed since.
1155, adopted June 7, 2011.
November 21st, 2005.
There were two resolutions, Robert, correct? One in 2005 and one in 2011. You're repealing the most recent resolution.
Correct.
Okay, regardless of which one we're repealing. We haven't discussed it. We don't meet within the next 28 days in the M&V committee. And there aren't very many criteria stated. There's something to do with age, but for other things, there's not much in the way of criteria. And since we're in such a state of flux right now, and vehicles in general, one, is the availability and higher cost because of temporary problems. I see no reason to rush this through. We should be able to sit down in committee and discuss point by point these various things. In most of the selection of criteria is between a department in VMS and a department in VMS, and GRF is completely out of it. So I think that's just not right. We need to give this thing a little more thought. And since our vehicle replacement policy has been sort of on a train, and the train goes around the same circle every year, I think we need to take a look at it. And Chris pointed that out, and 3 years ago, when first time I talked about vehicles, Chris pointed out the fact that there was definitely a need to review our stuff. And 3 years later, we're saying we're going to review it, but we don't have criteria that are sufficient to really even understand what we're voting on. Thank you.
Jim?
Yeah, make some good points, Egon. When I first got on the board, I took a look at the vehicle replacement policy, and I also looked at the age of the vehicles. The age was significantly older than the vehicle replacement policy. So what was happening was there was that assessment. There was, instead of looking at the policy and replacing them just, without looking at them, they really looked at it. But the vehicles were, at that time, were so old that we had a few emergency replacements that were not in the CIP. And I think what this is an effort to get a better planning of the process and the policy, not specifically to replace, but what is the policy? And I like the idea of having this assessment every 2 years. And that's brand new. So that means that we never get in that position again where we're looking at our fleet and saying, oh boy, have to replace it on an emergency basis. And I remember having that, my first finance meeting, I actually had Chris come in and do an analysis for us. That's when we discovered that. So I think this is the right approach because it's just a policy, but the actual implementation and replacement is going to be done on a vehicle by vehicle basis.
Right. That's Juanita?
With all respect to Director Garthhofer, I think on this we need to talk to Director Tibbetts, who is the chair of that committee.
Would you like to comment on that meeting? I was there too.
No, I have nothing new to add to that. It's been well discussed. I think we're on the right track.
We can't hear you. Okay.
No, I support staff on the recommendation. They looked into this, and we're awfully careful in what we do. I don't see any changes.
And I agree with Dawn. Basically, we understood the consensus of that committee was that they were for this vehicle replacement policy. And it is a general policy. And like Jim had mentioned, that the criteria, the maintenance records, everything when it comes up for replacement, that would be reviewed and evaluated.
It's definitely reviewed.
At that time.
Yes.
And so everything that's covered in here, I think, is very good. The fact that you're going to look at it every two years, reevaluate how many vehicles we need, I think is great because I don't think we've done that before, and it hasn't been documented, that we would reevaluate the need for the fleet. So I personally think that we should pass this vehicle replacement policy.
I agree.
Is there any more discussion?
Hello.
Okay.
I just want to clarify with you. So we leave in maintenance on the resolution itself, leave the wording as it is, because the original, where it says, for the November 21st, 2005, by way of Maintenance and Construction Committee, because that's where it came from originally.
That's where it was originally, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's it. And I am in favor of this, too.
Okay. Is there any more discussion? Are there any objections? So if there are no objections, the vehicle replacement policy is approved without objection. Thank you.
No, it's reviewed for review after 28 days.
Right. Yes, we know that. It is for 28 days. I can't hear what you're saying.
Could we take a break because it's almost 2 hours and this next part's going to take a long time?
Okay. Debbie's asking. Debbie's asking for a break for 5 minutes.
Yes.
Okay.
Blame it on me.
Because we expected the meeting to extend for quite some time afterwards, so we will come back. It's 11:25, 11:30.
Thank you, Bunny.
All right.
There's no way I could sit through an hour.
Okay. And I'll turn on my microphone so everybody can hear. So the next item on our agenda is to approve golf fee pricing. And then we will have a 28-day review. So I'm going to ask Steve to come up and give us a summary. And then we will have Joan read the resolution, and then you will be able to come up and give your comments at that point in time during discussion. Okay, Steve, you're on.
Okay, thank you, President Carpenter, members of the board. If I may, I'm going to go ahead and, for the most part, read the staff report that's been provided to the committee as well as the audience, and then I'll do my best to interject as best as possible. So a little bit of history. So this fee review and increase was first brought to the CAC meeting on August 11th, and then it was brought forth to the GRF Finance Committee on August 17th. So the recommendation before you today is review and approve the proposed schedule of golf fees, inclusive of changes to green fees for members and guests, with an effective date of January 1st, 2023. So a little bit of background. The golf fees administered by GRF adhere to the shared cost guidelines established in Resolution 90-12-132, whereby certain fees can be imposed upon users of various recreation facilities in order to control crowding and minimize overusage and to recover the operating costs. And then quickly, to ensure golf fees are reviewed regularly and that revenues earned from fees are sufficient to offset a consistent and agreed upon share of the costs, staff compiled a 5-year analysis of revenues and expenses, including percent funded by fees. So this is where I'll deviate a little bit from the staff report and give you some background. So what we did is we conducted a review, as I just mentioned, and we looked at all the fees that were applied from a golf perspective, looked at it from expenses, make certain that we are consistent over year over year. So over the past 5 years, starting with actual dollars coming from 2019 through the what we currently have set as the budget for 2023, the percent charged to the residents have covered the fees, have covered the costs ranging from 49% to 65%, and then conversely, the percent that was shared by the residents, so the non-golfers, or basically everybody in the community, the percent that was contributed on behalf of golf ranged from 51% down to 35%. So if this golf fee increase were to be approved today, the proposed for 2023 would reduce that percent shared down to 26%. So, and then furthermore, what we intend on doing is providing a fee review every 2 years. So to make certain that the fee shared by paid by the golfers and shared by the residents stays within a certain threshold, basically between 25 to 30%. And then I'll give you a quick overview in terms of what staff is doing above and beyond golf, is what's on screen right now. And I'll dive into this for just a moment. So not only are we reviewing golf fees, we're reviewing all fees across the board. So we started off with the trust facilities fee last year that was implemented on January 1st of 2022. So we're, as we speak, looking at the golf fees. Also within this year, we intend on covering the garden plots. We intend on looking at some of the traffic violations, and then anything else more that staff can bring before the board. That is our intention. So what we've done is we are taking a look at all fees based upon the largest impact in terms of revenues and expense, and then we are working our way down to the smaller fees. So for instance, golf is before you now because it has sizable revenues that are generated. However, things like, forgive me, but I'll choose bocce ball. So there's very minimal costs that are associated with it. However, that will be part of the overall fee review that's going to be conducted over the next couple of years. So repeating myself, what we're trying to do is we're looking at all fees, not just golf. So that was one of the things that I had mentioned in the CAC and the finance meetings, but didn't necessarily provide much detail in the staff report. I want to make certain that was addressed. So again, within the staff report, something of note is from 2019 through 2023, revenues have tracked between $1.6 million to $2.4 million, but total expense has ranged between $3.2 million to $3.7. So once again, what that means is on average, so the fees that are being charged to the golfers intentionally do not fully cover the expenses that are associated with the costs that come from golf. So on average, you've been looking at about $1.3 million that the community has been picking up as their shares of the cost, which is what was appropriate over the past few years. But once again, what he's recommending here is if there is a fee increase for 2023, effective January 1st, it will bring in approximately $470,000 in additional revenue. What that would do is that would decrease the amount of money that is being asked from the general public, so as part of GRF and everyone else in the community. That would bring it down from 1.3 down to about $989,000. And once again, that would take the percent covered by fees from 65%, which is what's in the current budget as we speak, and that would raise it to 74%. Conversely, the percent shared by the residents would decrease from 35% down to 26%. Okay, and I'll pause here for questions.
Okay. Joan, would you please read the resolution?
Resolution 90-22-XX, golf fee pricing. Whereas resolutions 90-12-132, 90-18-03, 90-12-12, and 90-16-18 establish guidelines for shared costs and fees. Certain fees can be imposed upon users of various recreational facilities to control crowding, mitigate overusage, and recover operating costs. And whereas the golf fees administered by the Golden Rain Foundation of Laguna Woods Board of Directors adhere to the shared cost guidelines established in Resolution 90-12-132, whereby certain fees can be imposed upon users of various recreation facilities in order to control crowding and minimize overusage and to recover operating costs. And whereas every 2 years, even-numbered years, staff will compare golf revenues through earned fees to expenses incurred. Staff will then propose fee changes, increase or decrease, to ensure that the shared costs stay within a set percentage. And whereas staff recommends the percent of golf expenses to be funded by fees shall equal approximately 70 to 75%, while the percentage of costs to be shared by all residents shall equal approximately 25 to 30%. And whereas the proposed 2023 revenues of $2.771 million include golf green fees increases listed in the table below. Whether to read the table or not. Okay. I'll read the proposed changes. For the 27-hole course, 18 holes, the members' fee is now $16. The proposed fee is $20. The guest weekday fee is $35 now and proposed $40. The guest weekend fees right now is $55, proposed $60. On the 27-hole course, nine holes for members, and the current fee is $8, proposed fee is $10. For the guest weekday fee, it's $18 right now and proposed $20. The guest weekend fee right now is $28, proposed $30. For the par 3 18 holes, the members' current fee is $10, proposed $10. The guest current fee is $16, but proposed $20. For the par 3 9 holes, the members' current fee is $6, proposed $6, and the guest $8, proposed $10. And whereas at the August 11th, 2022 CAC meeting, the committee recommended the proposed schedule of golf fees, inclusive of changes to green fees for members and guests with an effective date of January 1st, 2023. And whereas at the August 17th, 2022 Finance Committee meeting, the committee affirmed the CAC recommendation of the proposed schedule of golf fees, inclusive of changes to green fees for members and guests, with an effective date of January 1st, 2023. Now, therefore, be it resolved, October 4th, 2022, the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby adopts the proposed schedule of golf fees, inclusive of changes to green fees for members and guests, with an effective date of January 1st, 2023. And resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized to carry out this resolution as written. I move that we approve this resolution for discussion purposes and take the final vote in 28 days per Civil Code 4360. Debbie seconds.
Okay. So now discussion. So I'm going to have to ask you, how many people are going to speak? Because I think we need to limit it to 2 minutes each.
Right now we have, it looks like 13.
Right. I still think we ought to limit it to 2.
Do you want to do 2 minutes?
2 minutes.
Per speaker? Okay.
Please.
Sure.
Yes, thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes? I can't hear what they're saying.
Honey, the rules are 30 minutes total, whether they've been here for 2 hours or not.
Debbie, the first part went an hour and a half. Come on.
The limit us is
I'm not trying to be mean. The thing about it is, it's almost 12 o'clock, and we're going to be meeting for, and we're here
Madam
for
Chair,
3 hours. And
Madam
we're gonna-
Chair, I think for the purpose of keeping it going, let's do the 3 minutes and get on with it, because we're
2
going to have more
minutes.
discussion.
2 minutes. 2 minutes each. So I'd like to hear every one of you for 2 minutes. And the 30 minutes doesn't apply in regards to when we are an agenda item. It only applies to the open forum. Okay? So the first one, please.
Jeff Davis.
All right.
Hold on, don't you start yet. I'm just teasing you. I'm teasing you again.
Talk fast.
Lighten the mood. Okay. Thank you again for your time and stuff. Raising Laguna Woods Village property owner green fees 25% not only seems, it is excessive. Laguna Woods residents, excuse me, a 25% green fee increase is 3 times the current core inflation rate being reported of 8.5%. Laguna Woods Village residents and most Americans are making budget cuts with their lifestyle, groceries, dining out. We're all doing it. I know you're doing it. It's comparing local, this is a key point, public golf course green fee rates to Laguna Woods green fees is highly flawed, highly inaccurate, and just a wrong way to do it, in my opinion. Local public golf courses predominantly serve golfers ages 25 to 50 years old. Public course golfers have substantially higher incomes with greater future earning potential. Laguna Woods Village property owners depend heavily on fixed retirement incomes with controlled and or limited annual increases such as SSI, pensions, etc. All Laguna Woods property, here's another key point, property owners, every one of you, whether you play golf or not, benefit financially from our golf courses. Not only the owners that golf, the golf courses provide one of the largest property value increases versus our other amenities. Example, when comparing comparable real estate market values of Del Webb and Sun City communities, both with and without golf courses, this statement is true. Same property valuations in comparable retirement communities without golf courses have significant lower values, typically 12 to 15%. Whether you play golf or not, every resident in Laguna Woods benefits from those golf courses. We need to treat them like gold. Non-Laguna Woods property owners, both short and long-term renters, golf guests should be paying even more than what you're proposing, than what you're talking about increasing. I encourage the board to increase golf fees to non-owners again across the board and decrease I'm proposing a decrease to 12.5%, which would be, I'm fine with 18. And I know there's people behind me going, oh no, I don't want to pay anything extra. Well, we all know things have gone up.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Anybody got any water?
No clapping, no clapping. Thank you. We want to continue as fast as we can.
Next speaker is Young Pak.
Please don't check on your timing. I was gonna show you this book. This book is published every other year in Korean community. How great, wonderful Laguna Wood. It's over 200 people writing. It made it every other year. I translated, this is the Paradise Laguna Wood. The other translator, Below Heaven Laguna Wood. That's how I translate. This is the picture. This is, okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for let me speak this issue. Past 5 years, a 75% is increased golf fee. Well, this is a free country, whatever you want to do, but what we residents can do. We're talking about every year, every moment we talk about the increase or inflation. Well, you and me both the same, pension, social security. Happen to be, I like it, golf. So we have more attention to about the golf. In Korean community, Korean crop, and about 10% residents in Laguna Wood. And the other point, 70% golf in Laguna Wood is a Korean. I feel like it. You attack me. I hope not that happen. But point is today, please understand, you can, like what he says, a 25% increase. And rather maybe, 10 or 11, 12, you can. But you can, remember last time, say 11 to 16. So how many people came over here? We like to understand it. We ask, accept you or whatever you do. But, please we understand that our set the income. And you are representing our residents. You're not representing the Laguna Hill or Lake Forest. You're representing Laguna Wood. Please understand that. And, this book, once again, Paradise of Laguna Wood. I translate the other one, Below Heaven, Laguna Wood. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, no clapping.
Next speaker is Dennis Boudreau.
Good afternoon. I had a preamble for my part, but I'm going to have to pass on that. So we're going to get right to the shared cost concept. Right now, 61% for fees, 39% for association. Going to go to 74 and 26. Currently, the fees at the golf course are running about $175,000 over budget, probably end the year up close to $300,000 over budget. $300,000 more than was planned. I don't see a need for a fee increase for that, but anyhow. So the contribution of the association's part is $9.13 per manor per month. It's going to be reduced to $6.47 under this new shared cost, which is a difference of $2.66. Laying that out for the year, that's over $400,000 that the community is not going to be getting from the associations. Guess who's paying that? You want us to pay that. There's no new money here. This isn't because of increased costs on the golf course. The money is the same. It's just out of a different pocket. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm asking you, please. We want to hear everybody and we want everybody to have their time. So the next person, please.
Paul Santoro.
Good morning. All my neighbors are here. Good to see you all today. Thank you for allowing me to speak today regarding the proposed golf fee increase. I am speaking to you today on behalf of myself, although I'd like to also acknowledge that there are over 3,000 golfers within our community. The economic impact of this proposed increase on approximately 16% of our village population will be enormous. Please keep in mind that most of us are on a fixed income. This proposed 25% increase will greatly impact our finances and for some may create a financial hardship. As responsible board members, you oversee the amenities for our village. Your foremost duty should be to enable everyone to enjoy all amenities to whichever extent they wish. This is the primary reason why the underlying governing documents are based on the principle of shared cost. Please consider the demographics of our community. Impacting a certain segment of our community, golfers, with a 25% increase in their user fee will dramatically impact their quality of life. And as you all know, quality of life leads to a longer and happier life. I understand that inflation has impacted us all, this year especially. The residents of 3rd were hit with a $100 monthly increase in 2022 in their HOA dues. Utilities have risen approximately 15% this year. So I propose that there not be any user fee increases for any amenity until the economic situation improves. Thank you for listening.
Next, please.
Next speaker is John Soul.
Good afternoon. Finally got up here to speak about the motion, and I asked the board to vote it down. Vote no. Why is golf the only amenity that one must pay a user fee each time it is used? I mean, every time it's used. If you have a garden center plot, you can go there as many times as you want to. You aren't charged a fee to go as many times. Same thing handles like for the horses. If you own a horse, you can go ride it as many times as you want to. You aren't charged a fee. With golf, every time we play, we're charged a fee. The same thing goes for the RV lot, the bridge club, tennis courts, pickleball courts, lawn bowling, bocce ball, any of the amenities in Clubhouse 4, ping pong, the gyms, etc. You aren't charged a user fee to use any of those amenities, but we are every time we use them. I believe that a visitor to the village seeing all the amenities that our village has to offer would wonder why only one amenity is charged a user fee each time it is used. They might conclude that this is a form of discrimination against a certain class of residents, the golfing community. Shared costs must be equal to all. In 2018, they raised our golf fees 45%, from $11 to $16. If this is passed, we're going to add another 25%. So in 5 years, you've raised the green fees 81% in 5 years. I think that's a little out of what it should be. And who came up with the percentages for the shared and the user fees? This 75 to 25. Who had it? Who? Somebody on the board recommended it? Did only staff recommend it? Did you ask them why they were that way? Why couldn't it be 65, 35? And just to let you know, in the GRF facility service cost report, the equestrian percentage share is 74%, user fee is 26. Garden centers at 75, user fee is 25. And so.
Speaker time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm asking for everyone to show respect and not clap, because we would like to move forward just as quickly as we can. So please be respectful, okay?
Next speaker is Ken Raynock.
Ken Reinach, 2353 2B. First, I want to thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your service here on the board, and I know you do your very best to represent our community fairly. In this particular case, there is without doubt that thousands of people have moved into this community because of its cost effectiveness, both to reside here and for the amenities that are offered. In addition, many thousands of those people have moved here because of the golf and the wonderful course that we offer here, and the cost effectiveness of the use of that course. There is no doubt to either of those 2 points. As was previously mentioned 2 years ago, we were hit with a 45% increase in green fees. What is now proposed is an additional 25% in green fees. That is out of line. It is totally out of line. We are in a situation now with, as already has been mentioned, increased cost in our various expenses across the board, whether it's groceries, utilities, you name it. And we in this community are living on basically fixed incomes. Particularly hurt, and I mention this because I've taken the time to talk to them, are our elderly, more elderly people. I'm elderly, but more elderly. I've talked to them, for example, our Tuesday scramble game people. I've talked to people around the putting green, around the starter, in terms of how does this affect you? And they have honestly told me they cannot play as many rounds of golf as they used to. They cannot afford to. We have to keep these people in mind. This is their quality of life. They're here to enjoy that quality of life. And by your raising these green fees, you're taking that away from them. It's not fair. It's not right. There are a myriad of other things here that you could put minimal fees on. All these other sports that we've talked about, as well as all these other clubs. A nominal yearly fee on those would raise far more funds than you're continuously hitting the green fees. Thank you.
You know, we're going to stop this meeting if you keep clapping. I'm being very respectful to you, and I would hope that you would be respectful towards the board. Thank you. Okay, the next person.
Next speaker is Andrew Yang.
First of all, I have to say thank you, everybody, and I really appreciate to have a chance to come out here to say about the golf fee. I've been here since 2019, but I lived in the United States about 45 years, and I served the U.S. Army. So I've been appreciate the system in the United States and also this kind chance. I don't want to say that all other people to speak with in front of me talking about the golf fee. I really love the golf, Laguna Wood because of the golf, the field. I've been here 4 years. I really fall in love in the Laguna Wood. Mr. Park just showed that how lovely and how you are represent the the residents in here. I see that the data that's showing in this paper. This is for the proposal that why we have to increase, but it's not acceptable because I understand that there is a fee, there is a cost, but if it's increased, it should be, reasonable. But it's a 25% increase, and the other person says that from the 2019 to now, it's not acceptable. Okay, I understand if fee have to go up, I follow it, but it's not the suggestion what we have in this paper. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, all those who are clapping, would you just leave the room? Because I am trying to show you the most respect I can possibly can, and I expect it back. All right, so the next speaker.
Next speaker is Sung Ho Sa.
Sung Ho Sa, 4012-1C. I just moved in April this year. I used to live near the San Jose area. I played golf in Shoreline Golf Links in Mountain View, California. Used to pay $2,500 a year for me and my wife. And used to play 5 days a week. If I think about the golf, make me excited, and it's a very good sport. I have to reduce the golf, playing golf here only 3 days. If I play 3 days a week with my wife, weekly I have to pay $60 for myself. If I play me and my wife, I have to pay $120 a week. If I count only 50 weeks, if I play with my wife for 50 weeks, I have to pay $6,000. We are retired senior people. This $6,000 a year is very, very high. And in 5 years, if we increase 81%, that is ridiculous increasing. So please review this increasing golf fee. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers?
Yes, there's a few more. Next speaker is Susan Smallwood.
Good afternoon. Before I talk about the golf, nobody commented at my situation during open comments, So if this isn't the place to find out what can be done, please direct me who I need to talk to.
Okay, we're talking about golf fees right now.
Yes, but nobody responded to me during the open comments, and I am asking to be directed of who to talk to.
I will have
Thank
pertinent
you.
staff follow up with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Siobhan.
I moved here in 2010. I paid $6 a round. I could have a $1 hot dog. I could have a $2 beer or wine. And now you continue to ask the golfers to make up for all the other amenities. All of the amenities should be a shared cost. That's what people buy into here. And that is what Laguna Woods is about. That's why we have people buying in here. And golf is the biggest amenity that people are attracted to. But if you continue to just hit the golfers, more and more residents will just go elsewhere. Thank you.
Is there more speakers?
Next speaker is Wu Lee. Manor 3498C.
Okay.
Okay. The next one would then be John Manor 3301A.
Thank you, John Luby, 3301A. And I thank the board for the time they put in. I know how much work you put in. I served on both third and GRF, so I appreciate the effort you guys put in. I want to address one of the reasons people buy into Laguna Woods. I moved here in 2010, and my parents actually looked at Laguna Woods back in 1970, and they actually decided on Oceanside, California. They found a cheaper development, and they played golf several times a week and enjoyed bridge and socializing with their friends, had a great retirement. When I moved to Southern California to retire, I thought I was going to be in Long Beach. They have an outstanding municipal golf program there that you can play very inexpensively. But when I found out about Laguna Woods, I changed my mind to live in Laguna Woods. At that time, the golf fees here were $8. And I didn't think about the shared cost. All I thought about, this is a great place to play golf. It was a great community. Right now, you're competing with other areas. As I would have chosen now, whether I move here, move in Long Beach, I can play golf at the 3 municipal courses in Long Beach, El Dorado, Skylinks, and Recreation Park, which are comparable or better golf courses than we have, for $15, $25 for 18 holes of golf at limited time, before noon and afternoon. I can pay for $21 anytime, Monday through Thursday. Costa Mesa, I can play for $17 as a senior, as a resident. So when I choose as to where I'm going to live, those factors come into play. I didn't think about the shared cost here. All I thought about, because I had never been in the Bridge Club. I found the Bridge Club after I moved here. Every place has a pool. But when you're competing with outside entities, you need to think about raising your golf fees to $20 when you can play other places cheaper. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Next speaker is Diane Casey, and she's on Zoom. Diane, can you unmute yourself? Okay, so it looks like she exited the meeting. There's one more speaker, and they emailed in, so I'll go ahead and read that right now. It's from Gabrielle Velton.
Okay.
She said, Dear GRF members, I am writing this to request that you do not raise golf fees by 25% as is proposed. I believe there are many ways we can get into a cost-cutting mode to offset this. Perhaps tennis and pickleball players can start being charged for the use of facilities to help offset the increase you are seeking from golfers. If a golfer plays twice a week, your proposal increases their cost for golfing by $416. That, with the added cost of HOA dues, is a lot to ask, especially from many who are on a fixed income. Let's keep golf an obtainable pleasure for all players. Thank you for your consideration. And it does look like Diane Casey is back in the Zoom meeting.
Hello, is that me? Is it my turn?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, all right, yes, somehow I lost my sound. Anyway, I just wanted to say, as Mr. Santori mentioned, that why do these increases right now? Right now, right after the budget, we have to go and raise these kind of fees without seeing what inflation really is going to, how it's going to affect us, how is our water reduction going to affect us. There's a lot of things at play. So why this rush to raise these fees and jump on the inflation bandwagon? So that's what I say. Postpone this study from BMS and don't do this right now. Thank you.
Are there any more comments?
No, that is it.
I'm going to ask Steve to put up on the board. Finance did an extensive study as to what our costs are for running the golf course. And he displayed that, at CAC so that everyone would basically know how expensive the golf course really is. And I also, at the beginning of this agenda item, he also expressed that we are looking at other fees and our plan to go forward and look at other fees. We take it seriously. As we raise fees, we do not want to raise fees unnecessarily, and that is not the intent. But when it comes to golf, we have to consider the cost of the equipment. We have to consider the cost of maintaining and all of the employees that are involved, with the golf center. And I have to tell you, I am so proud to be in this community with a golf course just like we have. And I feel very grateful, and I still think the fees are very reasonable compared to what you can play outside the community. So I'll let Steve at least bring up the chart, that will show you how much it costs us to run this the golf center and where our increased costs are, because we have continual costs in water. We have continual increases in the personnel, which has been, it's been really tough for all of us. So I'll give the floor to you, Steve.
Sure. Thank you very much. So I'll try to be brief, but try to give as much detail as possible at the same time. So with regards to, you can see on the screen, 2022
That's not
budget.
the chart.
So most of your expense.
That's not the golf chart. The chart's not the. Oh, okay.
So-
I can't hear what you're saying.
Are people signing up to come and speak some more? Because
I understood that we were completed with all the comments.
I did just receive 2 additional speaker request cards for this
Okay,
item.
well, we're going to wait until after Steve speaks here in regards to the costs, and before we hear the additional comments, because I wouldn't have had him start unless we thought we were done with comments. So thank you.
Sure. So what we have in screen is just 2 different visuals. Starting off with the pie chart, you can see that compensation makes up 62% of the cost, as you would anticipate. followed by utilities at 14%, close to $500,000, and then materials and supplies. And then on the next slide, I believe this is the chart you were referring to. And this is the intent of this 2 slides is going to show you the increase in your costs year over year. So compensation has increased going from a 2022 plan versus what we are currently using for the 2023 budget. It's going to go up by $100,000 is what we're forecasting. Utilities is going up $25,000. Cost of goods sold is $61,000, and that's the majority of golf clubs being sold in the pro shop. And then our next slide. So other operating expenses, but overall, once again, you're looking at total expense of going up about $172,000. So the intent of this is to make sure that, once again, that we're looking at the fees on a periodic basis. Given the size of the revenues that are coming from golf, we, staff, went and made the determination that we were going to review those fees every 2 years. So based upon the proposed increase in these fees, again, I just mentioned before, it was a 26% shared cost. As long as inflation doesn't increase by more than, say, 3 to 4% over the next couple of years, so this shared cost will remain between the 25 and 30% shared cost percentage. If within 2 years, and therefore as a result of that, I would not anticipate costs to increase in another 2 years, but that's yet to be seen. In 2 years, we'll do the similar review, and we will make the determination at that time whether or not it's appropriate to go up or down. So, thank you.
All right, thank you, Steve. So we have 2 more comments, and, did you want to speak?
I have a couple of questions for you, Steve.
Okay.
The allocations, do they include the property tax?
Do they include property taxes? Top of my head, I couldn't, well, yes. So you do pay property taxes, so it's part of the allocation. So certain things, forgive me in
That's
terms
okay.
of...
We'll just make sure that that's included.
Correct.
The other thing I noticed, we use just the expenses, and certain amenities carry a lot of capital investment, which is not displayed here because of accounting convention. It's not displayed here. Approximately how much do we spend annually on capital investments for the golf amenity? Do you know?
3 million? Approximately 3 million. Oh, excuse me. $300,000.
Okay, and so that would not be included in
That's
this
correct.
analysis. And that's annually?
Yes.
Thanks.
So what I hear you right is that capital expense is an addition to the expense that is expressed here.
Right.
Okay. Thank you. All right, Reza?
My question is on total expenses. Have we done the benchmark of our facility with the amenities that we have compared to the similar communities that have similar facilities on the golf course? Or expenses are comparable, or we are higher, lower?
So what's available readily online is the fees that are charged, but from an expense perspective, I don't know what they're paying. Most of these organizations are private, so I couldn't tell you what their profit margin is.
Is it possible to look at the municipality also, that with the fees that they do, what's our expenses with the 27 holes?
Sure, it's something that could be looked at into the future.
Because if we are below the threshold, then we are okay. If we are above threshold, there might be some, potential for cost saving. I have no clue. I'm just asking, our expenses are in line with the facilities similar to us.
Right. I mean, overall, the cost associated with the golf course, they're looked at on an annual basis. Cost savings are reviewed and tried to make the most efficient use of the facility as possible.
Okay, Joan?
What do we sacrifice if we don't raise the fees?
What would you sacrifice? So the current fee increase is not included in your 2023 budget. So what are you going to sacrifice? Nothing. But once again, so fees are, with inflation going up, so each year you would anticipate 3 to 5% of inflation. So if fees aren't reviewed this year, what you're sacrificing is we'll be back next year to probably have a similar conversation.
So when you say sacrificing, okay, I mean, that means that GRF is going to end up paying more money for the increased costs, right?
I have some.
Okay, go on.
Okay, when are you ever golfers? Seriously. My husband, a golfer, he's listening. He's texting me, going, "This is a steal. This place is a steal." Are you ever going to come here and say it's okay to raise prices? When? Never, right?
I did it today.
Right, but you did. You said a couple bucks. But when are you ever coming here to say it's okay to raise the price?
When it doesn't go up 85% in 8 years.
Well, okay, so how much would you pay for this golf course if it wasn't would you pay $200 a month? Would you pay I'm serious here. I want to know what you would pay.
Okay, we can't have a debate. I'm sorry.
I asked a question. I want to answer. How much would you pay?
When are we going to get a clue what a great deal we have?
Okay, I'm sorry.
There isn't a golfer in this community that doesn't understand it's a great deal. Most of us moved here because it was a great deal. We expect it to continue to be a great deal. And with an 81% increase over 5 years, with no anticipation of it going anywhere else but straight up, and a 2-year look-in on golf, when you say, oh, we're going to look at the other amenities later, why are we always the first ones to pay? Why don't you get a concerted effort?
Okay, we have to stop this because unless you're going to come up and answer, but you shouldn't have been asking the audience because that was inappropriate.
Well, I understand that, Bunny, but let me just say this. This is a really important thing that we have to put is in front of us. Jim and I, over a year ago, asked for an analysis of all the expenses, including golf. We got some money back here that was put on. I think we need to look at every single fee. I don't think we need to, this piecemealing of the fees is what bothers me. Is like, okay, we're going to put $5 here, we're going to put $2. We need to look at the cost share, and we need to look at this. So my question to these golfers is that they're never going to come here, Bunny, and say it's okay to raise fees.
And that I agree, yes, okay. Okay, I don't want an argument here. If you know what my comments were, the first part of this meeting, remember the golden rule? Okay, all right, so Yvonne.
Okay, so are we going to continue on with comments from the audience? I mean, we've listened to, 15, 20 people? I'm just asking. I don't want to get in an argument with you guys. I'm a golfer too. So bear that in mind.
Okay.
But it costs a lot of money to run a golf course. That's all I can say.
Okay, and there were 2 other speakers, and then I need to think we need to move on and have a vote.
Yes, it's Dave Banek.
Good afternoon. The reason I stepped up is comments you made, Bunny. You said that we were going to look at all the other amenities as well to go ahead and see about charging them as well. And then to Debbie's point just now, I agree with you totally. So I think that y'all came in here today, you possibly were going to vote on this. But there's a lot of compelling arguments back there, and a lot of them make sense. So what I'm asking today is that if we are going to look at all the other amenities, why do we have to rush through this one today? Why can't we go and look at the other amenities, put a real package together, and then vote on it? But I don't see the reason today, Bunny, since it's not going to be implemented anyway till January 1, right? We're in the early part of September.
Well, the only comment I have to you is the audience doesn't understand what it takes for our people for finance.
I want to disagree with you, Bunny. And let me ask you, and let me tell you why I disagree with you, Bunny. You just asked a question to Mr. Hormuth, and you said, what would we be losing if we didn't pass this today? The answer was nothing. So therefore, we have an excess, Bunny, okay?
No, we don't have an excess, and his remark was based upon budget, what has already been approved by budget.
It's going to be $300,000, it looks like, Bunny. And then we're going to have to make a decision where we're going to put that money. It's going to go back to the manors, or if it stay with the golf course. Okay? So these are decisions we have to make. But again, the reason I say that is that we don't really need to rush into anything today, guys. We got plenty of time. Let's go back, like you just said, Debbie included. Let's look at everything and put a package together and then make a decision based on that. So I ask you guys today to at least postpone it.
We've already decided the best game plan to go forward and to consider all of the fees, because I don't even know the number of fees that we have that has to be analyzed. And so basically, this was what we came in agreement with, so that we are not tackling and taking up all of finance's time to be able to put a complete package together for all the room fees, for all of the other fees that are involved. So what you're asking has already been considered.
So we're not
And
going to vote today on this?
yes, we're going to vote on it. We have to vote on it today. There's a motion on the floor. Okay.
Well, I just ask that we at least maybe take a look at this and say, maybe let's send it back to committee, come up with a different report so that it includes everybody and not just the golfers.
It's not going to include everybody. It will only include the golfers
Well,
when
no,
we take
that's-
it back to committee, because
and-
that's where
well-
we're at this point in time.
Well, but we don't
That's
have
where
to
we're
vote
at.
yes on that. We can include all
This
the
is-
other amenities.
Okay, no debate. Let's get the next person. I'm sorry, Jim?
Yeah, one of the things that Steve showed is the plan to look at all the fees. Now, there are lots
Right.
of fees, and so you can't look at them all at one time. You have to do it in some level, some sequence, just to maintain some order. And so what I saw Steve put there was what the schedule was and what the timing, every 2 years, every 3 years. And so there's a plan to do that. When you look at fees and when you look at that plan, the way I think we're looking at it is you start with the biggest first, most impact, golf, and then broadband is coming up. We've got a lot of considerations on broadband.
Can I make one quick comment?
And so let me finish, please.
Yes.
You can comment after I finish. All right? And so I think there is a plan to do that. Now, as far as the golf fees themselves, one of the things that, and I will find some fault with the process. One of the things is golf, of all the amenities, takes more capital expenditures than any one of them. And that's not included in this analysis. And so when we go back and look at everything, we need to look at it in its totality, because capital spending is cash too. It's not just operating. And I know that's for those who don't understand accounting, it may not ring clear, but it is an expense, about $300,000 a year. That's not included in this analysis. That is being funded by the other 12,000 units. All right? So it's I don't think anybody wants to raise fees on anything. I don't think anybody. I mean, if we could go along and have everything be the same for the next 10 years, I think I'd love it. But that's not being financially responsible either. So that's all I have to say.
Just one quick comment.
Okay.
Right now, if you raise your fees to $20, I can play golf cheaper in Long Beach and in Costa Mesa as a senior than I could here. And in the shared cost, I'm already paying almost $800 a month towards that shared cost. So I think you're looking at some things that are not fair to our residents.
Okay, thank you, John.
Next speaker is Tony Rossignol.
Okay.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I think one of the things that you want to look at here is the proportionate amount of Koreans that play here. And you had somebody come up here speak very, very passionately. What you really want to be careful of is that the cost value for that community. If you start going through this and you raise this 80%, you're looking at a huge population that may not find this an equitable position. So we can sit here and you made quite eloquently, when would we approve something? We don't. The people who move into our community, they make that decision. You raise this another 80% over 5 years and you start to get to $50, it no longer becomes valuable. Golf is an industry. If you look at it, you can sit there and look at the millennials who are coming into our community over the next 15 years are not golfers. You are looking at a very, very narrow piece of the pie. When that pie is gone, you can't get it back. If you lose the equitable position for golf to people to come here, it will not come back. You understand that? That's a real estate principle. Location, location, location. If you don't have the people moving here, the value of golf diminishes. Millennials are not paying. Thank you.
Are there any other comments?
Yes, there's Sean Tupain.
Okay, and then we need to go forward and have a vote.
Well, thanks for letting me talk again on this subject. To your point, Mr. Hopkins, we all know that it's expensive. Golf courses are expensive. It's always been that way. Since this course was made in 1970-something, it was the most expensive thing that Leisure World had and still has. The concept of thinking we don't appreciate what we have and the deal that we have is erroneous. We do. We understand it.
Oh, good.
However, we don't believe that when you think of shared cost, 25%, 75% isn't much of a share. And with all due respect to Steve, is it? He worked very hard and diligently to give you information. But by Joan's question and his answer that, what are you going to lose if we don't pass it this year? Oops, sorry. And the answer was nothing. Doesn't sound like today is the day to make that decision. I think go into 2023, you have adequate funds. You don't have to lower GRF's portion of the HOAs of people. You don't have to raise the golfers. You're going to look at all the other amenities. I think it makes sense to have a top-side down look at this. Not just the people that have been paying, 5 or so amenities that have been paying. Well, look at them all. If everybody paid $1 a month, how much money would that raise? I mean, just pay. How many tennis players you got? We always get back to the same central issue. Golfers are concerned that we are the ones sharing the load, and we don't believe that it's our fault that it's an expensive amenity. Everybody's known that for 25 years. This isn't new. And yet, well, you have to understand our pain. We have to figure out how to raise revenues. Earlier, I talked in general about controlling costs. That's the other side of this coin. You need to really focus on that. And browbeating the golfers, yeah, you can do it, and we'll sit still for it for
Okay.
a while.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Thanks.
And Diane, I'm sorry, we have to cut it off.
Oh,
And
come
Joan.
on. Let me say
Joan.
one.
No,
Joan.
Why not?
because I just said so.
Diane, please be respectful. You're a director. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
I know, but
it's-
I was kidding. You called on the other people.
Okay, I have the floor, thank you. I just want to remind you, what Jim said was that we have to present this package now. This isn't going to happen overnight. It's not going to happen until after January 1st. I realize, and I sympathize, terrifically with you, that here we go again, Well, the fact is that all of the fees are going to be examined in their order. So broadband is next. And it's unfortunate that we're in the middle of inflation and that we, as residents, are in a sacrificial position. But at the same time, if we don't make plans now, what is going to happen is that the golf course will eventually disappear.
Thank you. Okay. I had to cut off.
Everybody but me. Because I've been quiet. First of all, last year you're not first on the list. The Equestrian Center, their rates went up last year. And the Garden Center their numbers are being evaluated right now. Then broadband. So I don't want all the golfers, which I am one, to think that they're sitting in a boat rowing all along. All our other amenities, the ones that usually pay, they're getting a hard look. And I'm hoping that everybody understands that there's a lot of maintenance work to do on your golf course and a lot more that really needs to be done. You need a complete new irrigation system over there. You know, we're well aware of what you need over there. So, and you guys know that too. So we need to raise these rates a little bit, put a little money back, and get those things done.
Where does that money go? Okay.
In reserves.
Okay, so I really do want to, I've heard everybody, and I just want you to know that we do hear you. It puts GRF in between a rock and a hard place. I can really tell you that. And a lot of people come up with these suggestions that why don't we charge the swimmers, or why don't we charge, for the pool, and why don't we charge for a pickleball? But the thing about it is what we're not really looking at is the total cost of even if we try to charge somebody. So if we try to charge somebody $1 or $2 to go play pickleball or something else, the cost of administration is more than we can charge. So you have to take in consideration of all of that. At one time, GRF had charged people to come into the swimming pool. And they tried to charge so that the guests had to pay to go in the swimming pool. And it failed.
It failed because you put the responsibility on the lifeguards. It failed not because of concept.
No. It failed because the lifeguards were the ones that were responsible to take on to the money. And
not that idea.
Okay, so I'm trying to talk here. There is the cost of administration that always has to be considered in the cost of charging somebody. And that has to be analyzed, and that's why we continue, we really, to try to charge somebody to come to the gym, go into the pool, and that sort of thing is not cost effective. So thank you. All right, so I don't want to go on anymore. Do you mind? I don't want to be respectful towards you.
I want to call the question.
Okay.
That's a 2/3 vote.
Okay, so let's,
No more debate.
yes, thank you so much, Juanita. All right,
That's a
so,
motion that requires a 2/3 vote to call the question. So you say all in favor of taking the vote?
okay,
All
okay,
in favor of taking the vote?
okay.
I'll do it right now.
And the question is moving this to 28 days, to the first reading passes, not passing the whole thing together.
Right, well, I know that.
Well, I know
Okay.
you do, but I don't think they
The
do.
question has been called. That is a motion to call the question. It takes a 2/3 vote from our board to call the question, and then we will vote. Or not. Are you in favor of?
Can she withdraw that, and then we can just go ahead and vote? Thank you, withdraw.
Juanita withdraws hers.
Yes. Thank you.
All right, it's not just calling the question. Calling the question limits debate, and that's what I'd like to do.
And that's what we're doing, we're limiting debate. Okay. But you withdraw, thank you. All right. So let's move forward, and I think that we need to take a vote by each one here. And so all those in favor of approving the golf fees. No more
This is-
talk, no more talk. Pardon?
Moving it to the 28 days, right?
It's delayed for 28 days.
Oh, yes, they know that it's delayed for 28 days, so we will take the vote. All right, so all those in favor of raising the golf fee, of this motion, to raise the golf fees?
You guys should be able to vote on the screen in front of you.
Oh, that's right.
Yes.
Yes, yes, okay. So I don't see my name. I see, on here it says Joan.
Yeah, everybody gets the same screen. You're just the mover and the seconder.
Do that for me.
So what's your vote?
Yes. Oh, I see. Okay.
There you go.
Thank you. Okay. So we have 9 yeses.
We're just missing Yvonne's vote.
Well, just,
Paul's making his way around to
Yeah.
double check.
yeah.
It's 10 to 1. 9 to 1.
Okay, everyone should be able to see the results on the screen.
Okay.
So it passed 9-1
You put
with
no.
1 abstention.
Yeah, because you can see on the screen right there. See, it says red. You
Okay.
You put no.
It's not about guts. It's about we're moving it in the 28-day review.
Yes, it's not the final vote. All right, so the motion passes, and I do want to tell you I appreciate everybody's input and their civility. So, thank you. Let's move forward. So the next item on the agenda is the 2023 business plan. So we entertain a motion to
I think you
approve the
better wait till they
2023
exit, Bunny.
GRF.
Wait till they exit.
Pardon?
Wait until they exit.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Y'all have a great day.
Please exit quickly. Thank you.
Okay. So the next item is the 2023 business plan. Entertain a motion to approve the 2023 GRF business plan, so please read the resolution.
Resolution 90-22-XX, 2023 Business Plan Resolution. Resolved September 6, 2022, that the business plan of this corporation for the year 2023 is hereby adopted and approved, and resolved further that pursuant to said business plan, the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby estimates that the sum of $43,110,285 will be required by the corporation to meet its annual expenses of operation for the year 2023. Additionally, $2,598,144 is planned for reserve contributions, and contingency fund contributions have been eliminated. After deducting $1,528,320 derived from prior year's surplus and the sum of $10,356,706 expected to be received from various sources as revenue during 2023, the Board of Directors hereby estimates that the net sum of $33,823,403 will be required to be paid by the corporation members in accordance with the terms of that certain trust agreement dated March 2nd, 1964, as amended, and the bylaws of the corporation. And resolve further that this corporation shall charge each member the sum of $221.31 per month per membership of said corporation for its share of the aforesaid net expenses and reserve contributions for the year 2023. And resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out the purpose of this resolution. I move that we approve this resolution. Juanita seconds.
You second it? Thank you.
Juanita.
Are there any objections? No objections?
Are there comments?
Okay, the motion to approve the 2023. Is there discussion?
It's just a clarification. I'm looking at attachment 2, and I really have looked this over 100 times, and I just can't figure it out. And it's on page 9 of 22, and the flip side is page 10 of 22. And it shows, maybe this is a question for Jim. I see it has the same title, the same everything, the same report number, but it has 2 different sets of monies. So is that like 2 different reserve funds, or?
If I may.
Yeah.
Sorry, there's a couple of different things, a couple of different resolutions before you today. The first is going to be the business plan, and that's what Madam Secretary just read. The second, which is attachment 2 that you're talking about, will be a reserves funding plan. So we have to approve a theoretical 30-year plan. So we're not quite there yet. That'll be for the next resolution that she reads. The first one is just for the business plan for next year.
Well, excuse me, but do you understand what my question is?
Yes, your question is going to be about what is.
Okay, good. So then later on.
One is equipment, the other is.
Thank you. That's the short answer. There are 2 funding plans. One's
Is there any
equipment,
way to
one's
tell that just by looking at this? No. But that's okay. I thought we were on that, so I apologize. Thank you, Jose.
Okay. Are there any there's no more discussion? So there are any objections to the 2023 GRF business plan?
Mm-mm.
If there are no objections, the 2023 GRF business plan is approved without objection. So the next item is to entertain a motion to approve the 2023 GRF reserve funding plan. Please read the resolution.
Resolution 90-22-XX, 2023 Reserves Funding Plan Resolution. Whereas Civil Code number 5570 requires specific reserve funding disclosure statements for associations, and whereas planned assessments or other contributions to replacement reserves must be projected to ensure balances will be sufficient at the end of each year to meet the association's obligations for repair and a replacement of major components during the next 30 years. Now, therefore, be it resolved, September 6, 2022, that pursuant to Civil Code 5570, the Board hereby adopts the 30-year reserve funding plans attached, prepared by Association Reserves for fiscal year 2023. And resolved further that the officers and agents of the corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out the purpose of this resolution. I move that we approve this resolution.
Second?
Reza seconds.
Okay. Is there any discussion?
Elsie has a question.
So Elsie, did you get the answer to your question?
Well, Jim, I guess one of them's equipment reserves and one of them's just tell me what it is so I can write it down.
Yes, the first one is for your equipment, and the second one is for your facilities. Together combined, they make up the entirety of your reserve.
One is what?
Facilities fund?
But honestly, what did I miss? I feel like
You're correct. We didn't have a title on there. My apologies. We will put a title on there before we put it
no, it's okay.
into the Green Book.
That's fine. It's just, I don't like feeling like I'm slipping. So thank you. That makes me
Thank you.
relieved.
Is there any further discussion? So if there's no further discussion, is there any objection? And if there is no objection, then the 2023 GRF Reserve Funding Plan is approved without objection. Thank you. So the next item would be to entertain a motion to approve the 2023 capital plan. So would you read the resolution, please?
Resolution 90-21-XX, 2023 Capital Plan Resolution. Resolved September 6, 2022, that the Capital Reserve Expenditure Plan of this corporation for the year 2023 is hereby adopted and approved. And resolved further that pursuant to said business plan, the sum of $8,159,245 is hereby authorized to be expended in 2023 for the purposes provided therein, of which $5,831,685 is designated from the equipment fund and $2,327,560 from the facilities fund. And resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out the purpose of this resolution. I move that we approve this resolution for the capital plan resolution.
Second, is there any discussion? No discussion? Are there any objections? So if there are no objections, the motion to approve the 2023 capital plan is approved without objection. All right, the next item is entertain a motion to approve the transfer of 2023 operating fund surplus contingency fund. So Steve?
Thank you very much. So staff recommends the board entertain a motion to approve the transfer of $964,180 of the operating fund surplus to the contingency fund. So GRF statement as of December 31st, 2021 reflected an operating surplus of the aforementioned amount net of depreciation. So from a background perspective, so the operating is budgeted, as you will are aware, to break even every single year, excluding depreciation, excuse me. However, savings and compensation from 2021 was partly offset by increased insurance expenses, and once again, ending the year at approximately $964,000. So IRS Revenue Ruling 7604 requires that any surplus be either given back to the residents in the form of, in essence, a check, or used to offset future assessment. So in practice, the mutual corporation has used the money to offset future revenues, assessments, as opposed to giving it back to the members directly. And the reason for that is the cost of administrating the individual payments to all their residents would eat into the actual money being distributed. And then also from an IRS perspective, if you were to receive a check from GRF, you'd ultimately be taxed upon it. So that is the reason why over the past number of years, whenever there is a surplus, we followed this approach. Then I'll also mention that in the budget that was just approved, there is also an anticipation that we will end 2022 in a favorable year. So you should anticipate something similar next year. So from a financial analysis perspective, the final excess of revenues over expenses for the GRF operating fund as presented in the changes of fund balance was a loss of $4.4 million. However, when you back out the amount of depreciation, which was $5.4 million, you once again end at an operating surplus of $964,180.
Thank you. Joan?
I move that we approve the board's recommendation to transfer $964,180 of the operating fund surplus to the contingency fund.
I second that.
Who said?
Okay, we do have a resolution.
I can't find it.
Right here.
I'm sorry. Okay, let's go to the resolution. And the resolution should have a title, which yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. Hang on. Take the title from the subject, say,
Okay.
transfer of 2021. Okay,
Resolution on the minute.
I'm sorry. Beg your pardon. I don't believe it. Okay. Resolution 90-22-XX. Transfer of 2021 operating fund surplus to contingency fund is the title. Whereas in accordance with California Civil Code, a common interest development shall not retain significant operating surplus, funds that are not needed to defray current operating costs. And whereas the Golden Rain Foundation balance sheet as of December 31st, 2021 reflected an operating surplus from prior year in the amount of $964,180 net of depreciation. And the board desires to return this amount to the members by way of transfer to the contingency fund. Now therefore be it resolved October 4th, 2022, that the board of directors of this corporation hereby authorizes the transfer of $964,180 from accumulating operating surplus to the contingency fund, and resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out the purpose of this resolution. I move that we approve this resolution of transfer of funds and postpone the final vote for 28 days per Civil Code 4360.
Okay, I second that one.
Is there any discussion?
President Carpenter, there are two residents who would like to speak on this topic.
Okay.
The first one would be Judy Groves.
This has nothing to do with this resolution. It has to
Doesn't it?
do with the resolution. If the speaker is going to speak, it has to be about the resolution of the transfer of this money to the contingency
I
fund.
believe that both of them were under the impression they'd speak on this agenda item.
She can speak, but she's not speaking about the transfer.
How do you know?
Good afternoon. I've been through this whole meeting waiting to share with you. You all received an email from me stating what I'm asking for. I listen to people complain about, the cost of golf and all of these different things, when I've paid $12,500 to move from one unit to another. That's a lot of money. And you've changed the policy on that so that you don't charge if a person has lived in Laguna Woods for a period of time. I believe it's over 2 years. I lived in my unit for 3 years. I would appreciate your consideration on at least allowing me to receive $5,000 back so that I would be equal to any resident who comes in here at the present time. I would also like to know what exactly is this fee for and why is it charged when you move? California law prohibits associations from charging a fee not directly related to a cost. You didn't help me move. No one helped me. You have all the costs in moving, and then escrow tells you, oh, there's another fee. And at the time, you're very vulnerable. So you pay the fee. You don't even know how you're going to, but you have to do it in order to move. And I haven't heard from any one of you that understands where I'm coming from. I just don't understand. I sat here for what, 3-4 hours listening to people complain about minute things in comparison to $12,500 in a period of 5 years. I didn't want to move. I moved because I had to.
Point of order.
So,
And I sent you all emails, and I asked you if you had any questions. I would be here to answer those questions. I would like to know what you have to say about this particular fee.
so Judy, I have to respectfully tell you that you should have been allowed to speak and member comments at the beginning of the meeting, because
Thank you.
this is not, that is not
I
on this
realize
item.
that. I didn't choose when
Okay.
I would speak.
Okay, but
And I'm sorry that it interrupted the flow. That's why I kept quiet, because I saw the flow and I didn't
Okay.
want to bring this up.
I'll answer your question, and I have to say the board respectfully denies your request. I have a letter that I will send out to you. Basically, staff put together a letter explaining every detail of why it's being denied. Okay, we do not refund, a transfer fee. And the transfer fees are charged legally by civil code, by resolution. So what you're asking for us to do is to give you a waiver on a charge for a transfer fee. You're asking for a waiver.
But this is not a transfer fee.
Yes, it is a transfer fee.
This is a trust facility.
Transfer fee, trust facility transfer fee.
The transfer fee covers the cost to redo, a stock certificate or.
Judy, it's a trust facility transfer fee, and I have a letter that staff has already designed. I knew you were going to come up today. I wanted to be prepared for it, allow you to speak. And I will send you out that letter, and you will see all the details. But the board has to respectfully deny it because you're asking for a waiver based upon the resolutions and the law. We are abiding by the law and our governing documents.
And you all can sit there and say that it costs $7,000 now, $7,500 to move in to cover that.
We don't do back and forth. We've got to stop this. You had your
Yes.
opportunity. Bunny's had her opportunity. We need to stop this
Move
now,
on.
please.
Okay.
I just want an explanation.
It's coming
have
in
a
the letter
letter.
that President Carpenter will be sending you. She just explained that. Thank you.
Yes, and it'll explain all the details, and if you have an issue with it, you can contact me.
Can you explain how that has anything to do, that fee has anything to do with my moving?
We don't do this back and forth. We
Thank
need
you.
to.
Well,
move
you
on.
did
Thank
enough
you.
of it, and I just feel like I'm owed that.
The letter will
I'm-
explain everything in detail.
And hardly anyone here knows about this fee.
Oh, yes, they do, and it's been explained to you several times. So let's move on, please.
My
There's another-
apologies.
Jim?
That should have been
Jim?
open for him. Next one would
I believe we
be
have
John
a
Beck.
motion. Don't we have a motion on the table?
Pardon?
We have a motion on the table.
Yes, we have, John?
No, we can't take another.
Right, John?
We thought that this comment was about the motion.
Right.
And it turned out not to be. But
And
we don't-
John, if this is not about the motion, we have to respectfully deny your speak.
It's about the motion. But
Okay.
may I begin by saying I appreciate your letting this lady talk out of order. It says in Robert's rules that all the rules in the world don't mean so much as the tact and common sense of the chair, and I applaud you for that. Thank you. Now, to get to the point at hand. Reading the staff report, it seems to be the staff's opinion that we can avoid $1 million in excess assessments taxes
by deducting $400,000 and $5 million in depreciation. And I don't know if that's correct or not, but I do know that Section 7604 doesn't actually say that the surplus must be returned to the members. It's what it says is you can avoid those taxes by holding a meeting. In this case, it wouldn't be you wouldn't be refunding this money to the individual members. You would be refunding this money to the mutuals. Now, you have to hold a meeting of all the corporate members, and you have to say, do you want you want us to cut you a check, a refund, or do you want it surplus for next year? You're just saying, we're going to take this money and put it in the operating fund. I don't see that is going to affect the tax consequences. I think you're going to have to end up paying a lot of money. And I do respect Mr. Hormuth and his staff, but I think if you want to cover yourselves and protect the association from what could be a huge liability and potential lawsuits, you have to get something in writing from a state bar certified tax lawyer. And if you've got that, then I say, fine, go ahead. But in the meanwhile, I just think you're putting yourselves and the association at a huge risk by not covering your behinds. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do you have a comment, Steve?
I would comment that it was the individual members of the community that paid the assessment, not necessarily the corporate members. Therefore, if there was a returning of the overage, it would go to the members, not necessarily the corporations as a whole. So the second part of that statement, I would say, is that this is going to be part of a 28-day review. So we can take that comment into consideration, and at the board's direction, if you think it's valid, we can seek your legal counsel's opinion whether this is a correct approach.
This is the way we've been doing it for years. Okay, so Jim?
And the intention is fully to be able to return it to the members. The question, or I'll call it the tactic, is when and how. And so what we've done is reserved the flexibility as we could look at inflationary increases, the flexibility to soften those increases over time as a result of the COVID and everything else that caused this. So, and I take issue with this being some sort of tax liability. This is a not-for-profit corporation, and it's okay. You had your statement. I don't need to talk to you again, but I would take issue with that because this is we're actually following code. We've done this before. It's been approved, if you will, by both legal as well as our accountants. So this is nothing unusual. The amount may be a little different, but this is nothing unusual.
And our giving it back to the residents is by putting it back and transferring it so that we get the benefit and they don't have to, it offsets their dues. Yeah. Is what I'm trying to say. So we're still giving it back.
And it's in restricted funds. Okay, it's not just laying loose as operating. It's in the contingency fund, which is restricted to operating. So there's no difference there.
Okay, is there any more comments? Are there any more questions, rather? Are we ready to vote? Okay, are there any objections? No objections? Then the motion passes without objection. So, is Third have a meeting here?
At 1:30.
At 1:30?
Sorry.
No, you don't have to apologize at all.
So we've sent a communication out to the members of Third and postponed it to 1:45.
Pardon? Oh, okay.
We postponed the Third Finance meeting to 1:45,
Oh,
just to buy
okay.
us a little bit of time.
Okay. Well, I have to ask the board, okay, we really do need to have the Treasury report. But will the board agree that we forego the committee reports at this point in time? They have, huh? Is anyone disagree? Okay, so let's go ahead and let's have Jim go ahead with the finance report.
Except for Jim.
Okay. This is slide one. The first chart includes all revenues, including those designated for reserves, including investment income and transfer facilities fees. And the
Is your mic on?
Oh, yeah. Is it? Let me start all over.
I just turned it on.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, slide one. The first chart includes all revenues and expenses, including those designated for reserves, and includes investment income and the transfer facility fee and the GRF reserve portion of HOA fees. It also includes the contingency portion of the HOA fees. Through the reporting period of July 31st, 2022, GRF had a net revenue of $3,202,000, with total revenue of $28,327,000, and total expenses of $25,125,000. GRF was better than budget by $1,798,000, with the total expenses coming in at $2,010,000 better than anticipated. The favorable results seen in the expenses were partially offset by lower revenues of $212,000. These revenues are significantly impacted by the unrealized investment losses this year, and I'll talk to that in slide 4. Slide 2, please. The next chart displays the operating fund, which excludes the non-operating revenues that I mentioned before, and it also excludes depreciation. This chart shows a favorable variance of $1,858,000 through the reporting period, with expenses better than budget by $2,008,000, which is offset by revenue, which is worse than budget by $150,000. Slide 3, please. This slide reflects the current market value of the GRF discretionary investment portfolio. And I put this chart especially because it influences our revenues in chart 1. It also looks at the original market value, all right, of $19,031,000, and then compares that to the current, which is $18,724,000. Now that represents an annual change, which we see on our profit and loss statement or revenue statement, annual change of reduction of $806,000. However, on an inception to date basis, the change is 1.6% of what we started. It's still lower than expected, and we did have our investment advisor, Dan Quirk from Sageview, come in and give us a full presentation of that on the at the finance meeting. Slide 4, please. Okay. In slide 1, I mentioned the impact of the current year's unrealized investment losses. The current, am I looking at the right one? The current year's unrealized investment losses. The current market value of the GRF portfolio is $18,724,000 compared to the value at inception of $19,031,000. Year-to-date market value has decreased by $806,000 or 4%. This doesn't ring right. Okay. All right. Next chart, please. And chart after that. Thanks. Now back to the operating fund, which has a more significant impact on HOA assessments. This slide shows our most significant operating variances by category, with the green bars representing favorable variances and the orange bars representing unfavorable variance. Again, in terms of favorable, again, employee compensation and related variance and related is under budget by $1,342,000, primarily due to the vacancies that we've been having all year. If you look at outside services, we're better than budget by $323,000, and that's due to the late start for evening janitorial services, as clubhouses were partially closed at the beginning of the year. And so as the clubhouses open, that favorable variance will start to decrease. Also, when you look at the golf revenues, they're favorable by $175,000 due to golf green fees being higher than we planned. And the golf gained popularity we just realized that golf gained popularity during the pandemic when the indoor activities were limited, and demand has remained strong in 2022. When we look at the last other operating expenses, it's essentially due to timing. In other words, that right now there are things that have been pushed back, such as staff support, uniforms, training and education, permits, and safety. They will get spent. It's just that we haven't. The budget precedes the actual expenditures, and that's what's meant by timing. Unfavorable variances, broadband services have an unfavorable variance of $291,000 due to lower high-speed internet revenue sharing than budgeted. The budget anticipated a contract renegotiation in which GRF would be awarded higher revenue sharing, and that did not occur. Next is utilities and telephone, unfavorable variance of $187,000 due to higher water expense for the golf course, and as a result of 74% less rainfall than the 3-year average used in budgeting. A slight offset can be found in reduced telephone expenses, so that has gone down to help us out. Next chart, please. This slide shows sources of revenue other than assessments, and of course broadband is the highest percent. Golf revenue is the second. Other revenue, which includes merchandise sales and clubhouse rentals, etc., make up the remaining piece of it. This chart is the same practically every month. Next chart, please. Once again, this shows our operating expenses and the percent being of the $22 million. This shows the percent of those items. Employee compensation is 61%. And that actually has grown. It was in the upper 50s before, so it's a little bit higher now as we move forward and start to staff. Cable programming is at 11%, and utilities and fuel at 9%. Legal insurance, 9%. And so these percentages have remained relatively stable throughout the entire year. Next chart, please. Okay, this chart shows the reserve and restricted funds with the adjusted balances. Starting with the first column on the left, reserve funds have a combined ending balance of $34.1 million. Restricted fund balances have an ending balance of $2.6 million. Included in this total are contributions received this year through assessments, trust facility fees, and investment earnings. The second column shows the work in process of $2.5 million for reserves and $43,000 for restricted, reflecting the amounts paid for projects not yet completed. The third column represents the adjusted fund balances of $31.7 million for the reserve and $2.6 million for the restricted. Next chart. This chart shows the history of compares to 2020 through 2022 July, and just shows that we're actually tracking in total. We're starting to normalize to 2021. In the past, we were much farther ahead of 2021, and now it seems as though the pace of unit sales has actually dropped. So this year, we were running a lot higher, 21 compared to 2022 in prior months. Next chart. Okay, slide 11 shows is a listing of where our reserve money is committed. Of the $15.5 million appropriated by the board for various projects and equipment purchases, the remaining encumbrances against our reserves is $12.3 million, primarily for renovation projects. Restricted funds had a total appropriation of $148,000, and with remaining encumbrances of $105,000, primarily for the moving of bus benches. And next chart, last chart. Now, this chart, we compare our fund balances, okay, to prior years. And over the last, as you can see, over the last 3 years, our fund balances have increased decidedly, and from roughly 23 million now up to 32 million, almost 32 million. And that completes the report. Any questions?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I would like to make a motion that instead of verbal committee reports, that the board accept the written ones that are in the agenda package.
There is a motion. Is there a second? Okay. Is there any objection? If there are no objections, the motion passes. So the next item is the future agenda items, and at this point in time, there are no future agenda items. And we'll forego the director's comments at this point in time and recess to the Willow Room to continue our closed meeting and have lunch. I'm hungry. All right.
Well, I just point out that there are future agenda items because there were a number of things that we put on 28-day.
Yes, 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 thank you.
President Carpenter, what time would you like to commence closed session? The 1:35, 1:40?
Well, the reason I'm hesitating is because we have a hearing, and I'm not
Right.
sure what time that is.
2:45 is the
That's
first
at
hearing.
2:45?
Yes.
Okay, so we should commence 15 minutes, we'll have to eat.
Yep.
You know, and,
Okay, thank you.
all right, thank you.
Adjourned.